All right. We're live.
We got to get us an intro.
I know. Hey, y'all.
We got anybody in here with us tonight? I can't see chat yet, but I'm working on it.
Patrick, Hillary, Gary, Roger, Billy, Robert, Wyatt. Hey, everybody. Y'all, it's going to be a good one tonight. I'm excited to get to talk to her. I swear, this is going to be awesome.
Look there, Diane. Of course, Kathy's in here. Look there. Kathy, you got to get on here with us one day.
Well,
Look there. Tried and true. We know Gary Spock's going to be here. Man, good to see everybody. Ain't no doubt.
no kidding. All right, guys. Well, I'm not going to hold yins up because this may go for a while. You guys are going to absolutely love this. I'm telling you right now, this lady, if y'all get to know her, she is so freaking awesome. I ain't kidding. And she is going to sit and talk to us and tell us anything we want to know because she loves us and because we love her. So, y'all got questions or whatever, ask away. She said it's a tell-all and get to know Miss V night. So,
Yep.
hey, lady.
Awesome. Hey, V.
Man, you guys are rolling in the chat. Hey, Greg. Hey, Misty. A lot. Thank you so much. I just love being on here with you guys. You guys are awesome.
Man. I'm tickled today. I ain't going damn all about it.
Yep.
Squashing Hollis says no cussing. I think that's bullshit. Right
oh, my God.
You know, we'll try our best.
Yeah, damn it, Roger. You're asking for a lot.
Hey, Tammy's my girl. Tammy's my girl. Hey, Billy. Hillary, sis.
Look at there.
Patrick, love you too.
Hillary's somebody else.
Moderator ever.
We've got to get Hillary on one night.
Oh, Lord.
Hillary's been on with us.
Hey, Northern. Diane. Hey, girl. David.
Any zipline stories?
Any zipline stories.
Oh, my gosh.
David.
Well, hey, everybody. Thank y'all for joining us tonight. So, what would you like for us to actually call you? Miss V, Vicky, Victoria, and what would you prefer?
Vicky's fine. Vicky is fine.
Been missing
I
Miss
get called a lot of things, but tonight it'll be Vicky.
Well,
he's the best moderator. I love him.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, look, Gary he's everywhere. Yeah. I will randomly find a new channel and click on it and watch live, and he's in there. I'm like, Gary.
Yes. But now he knows he does it for everybody.
He's like a Walmart greeter of the Bigfoot world.
Yes. That's right.
You're well loved. You're well loved.
Got Brother Schilling in there too.
Yes. Billy's dedicated.
Yep.
Dedicated. So,
Billy.
And David jumped on for me the other night, like an hour's notice, and he's awesome. Diane, and I'm gonna tell you something, Hillary. Don't go look in my group because Swamp Kitty went missing today. So I got her back in the house though.
But yeah, she's back though. So
I mean, the thing about Billy Schilling and Gary Spox, they're like everybody's uncle that they always wanted.
Yeah. Yeah. They would be perfect just to have in a round table chat and just wind them up and let them go.
Yep.
That would be perfect. They're all like family, though.
I'm telling you.
Wow.
I like quality over quantity, so.
Yeah, look at her. My baby girl made it in here.
Oh, hello, baby girl.
Yeah. golly, y'all, she turned next Friday. She turns to be 13 years old.
Oh, she'll be here that Friday, won't she?
Yep, yep. I'll turn 51, and she turns 13 same day.
Wow.
Greg, you mean I'm older than you?
Well, I wouldn't have thought it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We
Ain't
were
no
talking
way.
before the show about, those moments you have with the family and how they affect you, and the good moments. And she popped in, and that's what's meant to happen.
Yeah, yeah. That's the thing about it, y'all. I mean, and like here, that's one thing that's so awesome about this whole group. Like call it a tribe or a family. It's like everybody's family. I mean, it's unreal. And sadly, we've had a few in the family that's passed away this year, and it's horrible because we don't. I mean, you don't never take people for granted because you don't never know from one day to the next who's going to still be around there that you can say something to.
That's true. I lost my corporal last week to cancer, and he
Yeah.
was on the scene when I had my near-death experience. He was one of the first ones on the scene that day, and he was 2 years younger than me, full of life. And I'm gonna tell you something. I have never met a man that he praised all the years that I've known him, almost 18 years. Every time I seen him, he was praising his wife about something, and the love he had for her and that they had for each other just resonated. And I don't know how she's going to go on without him, but
What?
I found out at the last minute, and I got to see him today. She was trying to do his hospice in house, and anyone that's ever went through hospice, we went through it with my dad. One of the biggest fears is not getting that medicine into them and them having to feel that pain. And I know when my dad passed, I ended up, before we had to move him to the actual hospice house, I remember having to crawl in his hospital bed in the house and rocking him like a baby. And I just remember rocking him and trying to calm him. And you realize the cycle of life. And this is a man, he wasn't even my biological father, but even when things went south and, mother went her own way, he raised 3 girls by himself in a time where men didn't raise kids, and 2 of us weren't even his. And he loved us, and he gave me his name, and, it was a cycle of life. And that I was lucky enough to go see Chris, my corporal, the day before she had to move him to the hospice house. And she was trying to do it at home, and she was trying to, keep him at home where he was familiar with. And his last he passed 2 days after that.
Man, that I'll tell you what. Somebody, a lot of people have never been to and I don't know what his funeral was, but there's something special or different. It's actually soul shattering. If you go to somebody that has a law enforcement funeral, and I can hold it together really good to them bagpipes go, and
Yes.
that's what'll get you. I don't care who you are. When you hear them bagpipes, it's unreal.
I think the hardest thing I've ever had to deal with was talk to someone and brief, and they were dead by the end of shift. And that is an impact on something you never expect.
Yeah.
And it puts a realness to the quality of life that, we lost 2 at the same time. And it made national news, but naming a bridge after them just isn't enough.
No.
Much.
Well, nowadays too, there's so many people that hate on the police. I mean, there's some bad folks out there, people that don't need to be police, but overwhelmingly, there's lots of folks out there that are doing it to try to help folks, and that's what so bad. And I've tried to tell people, there's nobody hates a bad police any more than a good police officer.
Yes, sir. And but going back to those bagpipes, I'll get into some bad cops in a minute, because I lived that 5 years, and I don't care. I'll put it out there. But I told you before, because we talked one day when I was at work, like 3 hours it felt like, but
Yeah.
probably 2 hours maybe. But the last 12 years of my career, I worked with some of the best men and women you could ask for.
Wow.
But we will weed a bad cop out. But going back to that, those bagpipes, there's something about Amazing Grace being played that it will tear you down to the fiber. And
Hmm.
I never had kids, and when I got into law enforcement and I saw what the world had to offer and what people did in the name of love, and just Greg, being a police officer, and we have Tammy in chat, she was in law enforcement. You see, like, the work, you don't get a break, because you go home and you see the worst of what's in your environment, in your neighborhood. You don't get a break. There's something that kind of turns that switch every once in a while, and somewhere between here and there, something in you changes, and you just become a different person. And like you said, you appreciate those really good moments.
Oh yeah, that's when you start
Imagine
realizing.
that you guys see.
Well, when it after you see a lot of that stuff, the really horrible, terrible stuff, and you do start. That's what makes you take notice of the good stuff, and that's when the good stuff really hits your soul, and it'll break you down.
Yeah, but I've seen firsthand what bad cops can do. My first homicide, and all of this you could probably find it in archives of the paper. When I was a rookie, the first homicide that I ever went on, you got to think, my whole life I wanted to be a cop and I wanted to write novels. It's two things I always wanted to do. And so when I went to work in a small town. The first homicide that I went on, the detective that I was assigned to train under was the one that murdered the boy.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. And I'll tell you the town. It was Red Springs, North Carolina. It's all documented in paper, and it's just It was so hard. It took me 5 years to leave that PD, because everybody I worked with, except for maybe two people, had their hands in the cookie jar. And when you're a good cop and you don't sell your soul out, life is hell. I mean, it is hell. We had one cop arrested for taking bribes. We had that one arrested for murder. We had one doing some kind of scheme where he was scamming people. Um, the biggest
Mm.
one that sold dope ended up being chief of police there. So I don't like bad cops, and I don't like bullies. And both of them when I get around either one of them, it's like I can sniff them out, and I don't. When I went to work with Cumberland County, North Carolina, I got a taste of what good cops were, and I got a taste of what good people were, and what it was like to be teamwork and not have to worry about always looking over your shoulder. And those were the best years of my life. And I I think we went through, really 4 years of cops not being able to do their jobs. We saw the difference it made on the streets, and it was tough 4 years for a lot of people. And God bless them. I wouldn't go back to it. I would not go back to it today. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I'm fine right where I'm at. So,
Yeah.
and it's really hard for me. Yet when I lost my career, and I I had to go see a therapist, because I grieved the loss of my career David. I grieved the loss of my career like some people grieve the loss of a loved one or spouse
Well,
because
I can see that. I mean, you got all the time and dedication into it. I mean, you worked so hard for that, and then it's just gone.
well, I mean, it became my identity because I never had kids. I gave up 2 marriages over it. Um, I didn't even know who I was. And when I had my near death experience, I was there instead of being blessed and being grateful for God giving me back my life. I had a lot of bitterness and resentment that that I had no right to have, and I still struggle with it today. And a lot of my anger come from, I grew up poor, which I would not change that either. We went from being extremely wealthy to extreme, dirt floor poor. And, watched my dad, struggle to raise us. And I really think my dad raising 3 girls is where I think it ended up putting him in his grave later in life because he never got to enjoy his life. He was always providing for us. He was always, you know, when a man raises 3 girls, you always have some dick. Can I say dickhead? You always
Yeah.
have some dickhead that spreads nasty rumors that gets DSS on your front porch. And
Oh, wow.
my dad got so sick of it one day, he met a detective in DSS on the front porch with a shotgun, and he said, "You will never come back to this house, and you will never take my girls." And
Mm.
my daddy was serious about his baby girls, and that's just a touch of the reality that you deal with in life. And when I had my vehicle, they keep on going. When we actually tonight, I could go into this right before we started the show. We decided we're just going to be raw. We're just going to put it out there. Some people may leave chat, some people may jump in, but we're just going to be raw about life and who I am. And honestly, we were talking. There's a lot of things that are said behind the scenes, and people don't know me, and this is your opportunity to talk to me, to get to know me. And I don't hide anything, whether it makes me look good or bad. I put it out there. We'll talk about some Bigfoot too.
Well,
So,
the thing about it, what me and Misty have talked about, that's what we love. We love to get to know the people. I mean, it's great for somebody to come on and tell their encounter, but there's a whole other aspect to it to me of getting to know the person that's had this encounter, and seeing if maybe certain things in their life is what could have, you know, let's just put it like this: maybe some of this stuff's attracted to certain people, and that's a whole other different piece of the puzzle that we're trying to get. And also when you're looking at somebody's background, what they've been through, what they've done for a living, and I'm not saying we're looking for rocket scientists or brain surgeons, but you learn something about people, you learn something about their life, and it gives you an insight into what kind of person that this person is, and that adds a lot of validity to their encounters. And there's just there's so much more than just somebody coming on telling about one instance that happened versus you've got so much more to go with. I mean, I guess it's kind of hard to explain, but maybe everybody figures out what I mean. But
yeah.
it just getting to know people means that's what it's all about. And Misty will tell you, it's not about the encounters. It's about the people. It's about the people helping them cope with the encounters. Because I mean, I know both of y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. When you have these, be it you've seen a Bigfoot, a dog man, a ghost, a demon, whatever you've experienced, it's not supposed to be real, but you've just lived through an encounter. I mean, that's a whole lot of stuff to have to unpack that you just got shoved in your little basket. And we all know it's hard to find anybody to talk to, somebody that's going to be there for you. And, you know, and I dare say probably over half the people that's in chat have had these encounters. And that's the wonderful thing about the group of people that is our core group, you know, our tribe, is that's why these folks are, they're not judging people because they got their own encounters too. And that's what's awesome.
I'm not laughing at you, but if a booger's watching, if a booger looks in that window, if you do, we're recording, so we got it on tape, buddy.
That was one reason why I wanted to kind of sit out here too, because it's nice and I've got the windows open. So if it starts getting weird, maybe we'll hear something. I don't know.
And we're also going to try to get my aunt's cabin in Georgia for a girl's. We be talking now.
Yeah.
Now I say a canine cryptid because it does not meet the definition of what people think a dog man is. It is not like the thumbnails you see. It was just like a BMF canine monster. I mean, it wasn't like the thumbnails big and bulky, but it's something that you don't see. You know it's not supposed to be in your environment. And me being attacked by a dog, if you ever see me wear sweatpants, you actually see chunks missing out of my legs, the indentation. I was looking at the head of it. Okay. Well, everybody says, well, how about the rear end? I can't swear what the rear end was. Okay. I can't. I was looking at the danger. It was where the 42 teeth is. But I'll tell you this, without doubt, if I had human legs, I do believe even the average person with no training would have caught that abnormal, you know, anatomy of an animal running across the street. So I get a lot of slack because I don't try to fit it in with what everybody thinks it is. And, you know, it was brief, but it opened my eyes to a lot of things, and I knew that there were things greater than me, and I could have been a Scooby snack. So when you said something the other night, and I throw that out there because everybody has different experiences. Greg, you said something the other night, or it might have been Spencer, about how hard it was to get like these celebrities on.
Yeah. Yeah, I was Spencer about that.
And I said something about the brown shoes of Bigfoot.
Yeah.
I had a guest on my show one day. His name was John Fugway, great guy, and he was really nervous about going on the show. And he tells me about this Johnny Carson skit that he watched on TV, and it had all like Dean Martin and Johnny Carson, and there was someone else on it, and they called this guy to come out on stage, and Dean Martin cut in front of him and went on stage in this guy's place. And he's, you know, Dean's got his, you know, his whiskey and his cigarette, because back then you could do that, you know, and he's just charming the audience, and he didn't even care that it weren't even his time to come on stage. And he's like, you know, I'm the big wig. And so this guy kept sitting behind the curtains waiting for them to bring him out. So finally he come out on his own, and he sat down, and he told Johnny Carson, he says, you know, he says, have you ever felt like in a world full of tuxedos that you're wearing the brown shoes? And that is where my title come from, the brown shoes of Bigfoot, because we all contribute. You don't have to have 10 books out there and, you know, and be on Discovery or Animal Planet or wherever. We all have something to contribute to the community. So I call like my little fam the brown shoes of Bigfoot, because this guy that Dean Martin cut off to go into, you have to go back and kind of watch the first 5 minutes. He tells the story perfect. The guy that Dean Martin disrespected and cut off was a World War II hero that flew fighter jets.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you never know. And to me, I'll take a World War II veteran over alcoholic comedian any day. So that was
Okay.
just my story.
It just, I love that because that just shows you right there, you never know who you're interacting with, or you never know their story. You never know what they've been through, who they are. You're just judging them by their cover before you even get a chance to even read the book.
Well, I think I'd rather be with the brown shoes.
Me too.
I think I'd rather be with the brown shoes. So, I mean, we had a lot that we wanted to talk about. Is there anything they want me to hit on? Because I mean, sky's the limit. I'm open to talking about the near-death experience, how I grew up. It's really what I used to go on investigations. A lot of people don't know the amount of investigations I went on before I started the podcast. I don't talk about it a lot because, people think they know. They don't know how often you go out, but that's fine. Hillary says brown shoes, not brown pants. I love her.
She's so funny.
So,
Well, Vicky, you just start wherever you want to. I mean, you talked a little bit about, your dad and how he was. What experiences did you have when you was younger that did you have like any supernatural stuff or anything like that kind of led you into you think seeing a dog man and having Bigfoot experiences and near death experiences? I mean, there's all this is tied together. I mean, we all know that.
let me let me just paint a picture about where I grew up at. I grew up in a county, Robson County, North Carolina, and Robson County has one of the most beautiful rivers you'll ever see in your life. It's the Lumber River. And southeast North Carolina and the rainforest, the Amazon rainforest, are one of the two places in the world that has the black tea-colored rivers. Southeastern United States and the rainforest. And that comes from the leaves and the debris of it. But it's a very beautiful, it's a very scientific river. We have all kinds of trees, different types of vegetation. You have the wild honeysuckle, so you're down there in your kayak and you're smelling that, that honeysuckle, and you still got the old cypress trees. I mean, North Carolina has one of the oldest trees in the nation right down the road from us on the Black River. It's very beautiful, mostly shade the whole time you're out there. We have an abundance of wildlife. We have bobcat, we have, deer. We have gators. You name it, we have it. We also, the eastern part of North Carolina, we also have the Venus flytrap. And so it's North Carolina has a lot to offer. The Lumber River has also a lot of history on it, and it is just a beautiful place to grow up in. Beautiful, beautiful. Where we grew up at, you had to know someone to buy land where we were at, because everything was either owned by the paper company and were, untouched, lots of wood and pine, or it was state wildlife or protected land. So you could have our closest neighbor was maybe a football field away from us. Then you might go miles and not see anyone. And we were in a farm community where you might see 3 cars on our road a day, but everybody that lived on those roads knew when those 3 cars came and when they went. And it still to this day remains unchanged. You cannot get land there.
Wow.
At night, we could walk off our porch and we could not see our hand in front of the face. When I say it was God's country, it was God's country. We had a pond in our backyard. We could go fishing anytime we wanted to. We had blackberry, bushes all across the edge of the pond, and we would pick them and we'd take them down to Miss Molly's house, and she would make homemade pies out of them. and she would still put these pies in the window like you would see back in the day. And in the summer, even though back then we had money when we lived out there, this was before, my family kind of lost everything. Our family would still make us work and put in tobacco so we could learn. If you hear Swamp Kitty in the background, she's killing a sock. So we could learn the quality of work. And so we would all go to, tobacco farm, and we would do, little kids would do stuff like we would hand tobacco or just, run errands and stuff. But we had a lot of dark stuff that happened there. And one of the things that happened there was, and now this was an environment where me and my sisters would sneak out the window at night. And had we known what was out there, we probably wouldn't have done it, but we'd go by the river. This was back when they still sold moonshine, the kind of good moonshine that didn't kill you. And they had poker shacks by the river, and it's paradise. And I had a friend named Eric, and Eric was skipping school one day, and he went out in the swamp, and he found a woman's pocketbook. And so he was torn. So he was torn between, do I turn this pocketbook in and get myself in trouble, or do I just leave it? But being raised, that was one thing I can say, we were raised right. We were raised to do the right thing, raised to love your neighbor, So he went home, and they called law enforcement, and the pocketbook come out to belong to a mother that was missing with her 3 kids. Oh. So they went and looked, and they ended up finding her and the 3 kids, and they all had trauma. And when you're a kid, you don't think about this, but later on in life, I said, wait a minute. They said it was consistent of someone picking her up and her kids up and hitting them against a tree. When I got older, and I remember as a kid, I was like, wow, that must have been a really strong man to do that, But when I got older and I started experiencing and hearing stories, I said, what if it was an aggressive cryptid that did that? And so you don't think about it then, but I always go back to that because it was right down the road where we had the Beast of Bladen Pearl. If you ever looked that up, we were raised in that culture where you had the Beast of Bladen Pearl. So you look back at that stuff, and so there was some dark stuff that happened there. And of course, you would have your brawls and the by the river when they're in the the poker shacks and stuff. And so but when we moved from there, and we went to the city, it was like we were kind of taken from being free, and we had gardens that we could feed a whole community. They were so big, and it was a good childhood. It was a good place to go. And when I had my experience of the cryptid that I seen crossing the street in front of me, I found out one of my friends had a Bigfoot encounter in that same area that we grew up in. And it turned out to be a really, really active area.
Wow.
And so when I have my podcast, I try to balance out the good experiences with the bad experiences, because I don't think everything's bad, and I don't think everything's good. So when I do have someone on, they've had a good experience behind the scenes, I have to hear about it by the people that's had a negative. And when I have someone on that's had a negative, scary experience, I hear a lot behind the scenes by people that's had it. But I don't think they understand why I try to balance it.
Yeah.
Because I think there's good and bad in everything. even the law enforcement. You know?
That's right. I agree 100%.
But so I kind of grew up with a hint of that, what's out there, but it never occurred to me, it was, a monster running around in the woods that could do it. When I got into law enforcement, I tried to get access to that file and I couldn't get it. And back then everything was written on paper and everything, and they call it the Callahan homicides because that was their last name, and I could never, get a hold of it.
That's strange. Even if somebody had beat them or whatever, that would have to be with something awful broad to make them think that it looked like they had been hit against a tree.
Well, it had to be something really strong too.
Yeah, exactly.
Have to be something really strong too. So, hang on. Well, I hope you're not negative, buddy. Hopefully, I have some issues. So yeah, it would have to be something really strong. Definitely something really strong. But when you get back and you start hearing stories and you start hearing people's experiences, I have to wonder, about, was that what that was? And then when you take in account that my childhood friend that grew up on the same street when he was in his 20s, he's my age now. He actually took his John boat out on the Lumber River, and he had saved for this John boat, right? And he was proud of this John boat, so he put the John boat in the river, and he decided he was going to go up the river and go fishing. So he felt like he was being watched, and he's going up the river, and he decided he wanted to relieve himself and everything. So he gets out on the bank, and when he gets out on the bank, he sees two hogs that were killed, and both of the hogs were laying head to head. Their heads were bashed in, and their heads being bashed in, he was like, wow, that's really weird. Why would someone kill two hogs with a sledgehammer and leave them on the bank? But he had fishing to do. He relieved himself and got back in his little John boat, and he went to the other bank, and he kept feeling like he was being watched. And then he looked up on the bank, and he just seen the top of like the head of one, and then it stood up. And when it stood up, he just started panicking, and it was the kind of panic where he was trying to scream and couldn't get it out, and he was slapping the water with his paddle, and he was trying to scream, and he couldn't utter anything. And he said it got up, and he said he don't think it meant to push the tree on his boat, but it was pushing off on the tree, and when the tree come back, it hit his boat, and he just freaked out, and it went up the bank. He managed to get back to the boat ramp, and he said he left his John boat there, and I never went back for it. And so I found out that he had that experience. So we actually decided that we were going to start going out and go, Bigfoot in that area, because I saw what I saw, and he had his experience 20 years younger, and he never told anyone. And he found out about, mine by accident. So we decided to go out in the area where this occurred that I mentioned earlier. And we went out there, and, we didn't really know anything. We didn't, we're just like, we know something's here, see if it's still in the area and everything. And our first day there, we're walking down a fire break, and the overgrowth on this fire break is about to our knees. And we got this odor. And when we first smelled the odor, it was like there and gone. It wasn't like it just come in and just left with a breeze. It was like there, gone. And to him, it smelled musky. And, at that time, we didn't realize they put out odors. But to me, it smelled like a stagnant water. like just a muddy, stagnant, kind of swampy odor, and it was just like right under our noses, and boom, gone.
Like
And but
old
what,
pond water.
yeah, but what we did not realize was the whole swamp had gotten silence around us. And the only thing you could hear way back was a crow. But everything around us was just silent. And we're like, that's not normal, you know. It's not, but we're still learning. We, you know, still don't realize that we, you know, we're having official activity. And I think that's when most people have their activity. It's like something about you not knowing is when you have that most activity. It's like they know you don't know. And you look back hindsight and you're like, I wish I had known.
Yes.
And so at that time, we had decided we're going to go get a bite to eat. We're like 20 miles from town. So we run uptown, get a bite to eat, and we come back. And when we come back to go back into the swamp, something had taken saplings and had twisted them together across the trail. So everywhere that we were walking, it was like it was something had woven saplings. The first one we came to, there was pine straw, and two trees had been tied together, twisted together, and there were saplings around it. And I have those photos. And
Is that what
but
you
under,
sent to me?
huh?
Is it what you sent to me?
No, that I have like a bunch of these pictures. Now I could have sent you the one where the saplings were tied, but if it's underneath it, where there was like pine straw, like years and years of pine straw, but something had taken that pine straw, and it's like it fluffed it up in a U shape, a big 6-foot U shape. And I said, well, that is weird, but like I said, we just kind of knock it off. So we decided we weren't going to, you know, break off the sap once we walked around it. We went further into the fire break, and still more saplings tied. Those saplings weren't twisted together like that when we were leaving out of there, and it was less than an hour. So we go further down, start finding trees been across the trail, like just totally just U-shaped across the trail. So you're having things on the trail that weren't there, but we're like, okay, we didn't know enough. So we got back and we started thinking, you know, first thing you do is jump on YouTube and you go to Facebook, and we're like, wait a minute, there was something there. We had silence, we had the odor, we had, you know, all of this stuff. So we started routinely going out there. Now we would leave things, like we left an apple one time or squeaky toys, never messed with it. But we always felt that feeling of being watched. And one of the things that I believe, and which is all opinion, we went out there so much they got accustomed to us. When I say they, there was something that would trail us in the cuts buttons. How did we know that? When the flood come and it come through that area, the water killed everything. So you're looking at like the skeleton of a forest. It kills the leaves, you're getting the chemicals in it, everything. And what we discovered, all this time we would go out, and I don't know if you ever watched one of our lives in that area. When we go live, you have to literally cut your way through there. But we always felt like something was trailing us. And what we discovered was there was tunnels in the cutscene buttons. And when I say tunnels, it's the perfect highway for a cryptid. And I say cryptid because I don't know what we're dealing with. So when Hurricane Matthew come through, we know we got something out there because we're having activity. and hurricane comes out here, and there used to be a highway patrolman that would he would always rib me about believing in cryptids and stuff, and he gave he gave me hell, and but he called me, and when Hurricane Matthew come through, I was doing animal rescues. When I was a deputy, I used to work hurricanes, and we would actually were there for people, and we would respond, for martial law and all that other stuff. And then when I got in animal protection services, we started doing animal rescues. So he calls me and he says, I just want you to know that my brother Randy was on his deck, and when the hurricane was coming through, he heard a holler in that swamp. And he said, Victoria, he's never heard anything. It's like a moan, pitiful, something's dying. And I was like, wait a minute. How do they survive in the hurricanes? Did they survive? Well, Robeson County was one of the hardest hit counties on the East Coast by Hurricane Matthew. We actually had fatalities. And you get out there, and the water seemed like the water never went down. I mean, people lost their homes, they lost their lives. I mean, you going through down the interstate, going through Lumberton, tractor trailers were covered in water on the interstate. You couldn't see them; they were underneath the water, and it was just washing them away like it would a car. That's how bad it got. And we had tops of gas stations covered in water. And I started thinking about that. I said, we know we have something there, and we've had activity there, and it's almost like something was trying to communicate with us. I said, I wonder if they survived. And it really started bothering me. So when we were able to get back on the road, I went up there one day, and I seen a deceased dog on the side of the road. You couldn't go back in the swamp because the water was still high, but you could stop at a point and park your car and get out. And I seen a deceased dog, and I remember thinking, I said, somebody lost their dog. I'm gonna see if it's got a collar. If it does, I'm gonna bag it for them and see if they want it and contact them. And when I went over there, you could tell the dog once had a collar, but it, didn't have it anymore. You know how you could see how the furs. And it was like a toy breed dog, and that comes into play in a minute. And so I said, well, that's strange, but the dog looked like it had its head bashed in. It's not from a tire, because worked animal service. I dealt with it. It just looked like something punched it. I said, well, that's weird, but I'm not going to assume anything. Didn't have a collar, so I couldn't. There weren't a lot I could do. So, like 2 nights later, me and my friend Richard, we decided we're going to go back out there. I said, let's go out there. Let's see if the water's gone down. I said, because I really want to see if they survived. We go out there, and like I said, at night you can't see your hand in front of your face. And we're standing at the edge of the water. We could not go into the swamp because everything was covered with water. And we're standing there, and we hear a ching, 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 ching. And I'm like, are you playing with change in your pocket? And he was like, no. And you hear it again, ching, 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 ching. I said, dude, you're messing with me. I said, don't mess with. I said, this is not the place. Dude, don't mess with me. And so I frisked them, right? And when I was frisking them, I heard a ching, 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 ching. I said, Richard, that's that damn dog collar that's missing. And it was coming under the bridge where the water was still high. You could hear ching, 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 ching. He says, well, I think something's trying to lure us over there. And what I think when that dog died, they took that collar, and they're tricksters. To this day, I think they took that collar and they were trying to lure us down under that bridge. Ching, 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 ching. It was coming from the water. Weeks went by. Well, needless to say, we're like, oh, screw this. We got in our car and left. Weeks went by. We were able to get out there. But the water went down enough for us to go back on that fire break that we used to walk. We go down there. I didn't have my snake boots with me, and I knew the snakes were going to be out because you had all that water coming up. So Richard, the fire break goes out two ways. It goes left, it goes right. So Richard took the left, I took the right. Now, I don't know if you guys ever seen that thing we call on video. You could just kind of see shoulders and it kind of turns heads, looks at the phone. And all right, so for the record, people said I hoaxed it. No, I didn't. I just, whatever. I didn't even know I had it on the video. Never knew I had it there. So when one of my friends seen it on the video, I went back to that place. So you got to remember, I'm walking and I'm looking. I would take a step, look down, look for a snake because the sister don't be doing snakes. I would take a step, look down, no snake, take a step, look down, no snake. I'm good. I get to that point and I look in the direction of the bushes. Nothing there. You could see where there were tunnels. And I'm really bad at storytelling. I'm just trying to keep it together as much as I can, which is why I do.
You're doing great. Seriously, just
this is when you're starting to see the tunnels and the cutscene parts. And I'm like, oh, wow, that's pretty incredible. So I says, well, I'm gonna go 15 feet up the path, and 15 feet felt like forever because I'm not wearing snake boots, and is still a heavily populated area with moccasins, copperheads, rattlesnakes. And so I'm taking a step, looking down, taking a step, looking down, taking a step, looking down. I get to a point, I says, okay, we're not having anything. Up until here, every time we went out, we would have something happen. When we would get out of the vehicle, and I always forget this part, when we get out of the vehicle and we would go to hike back, we'd have to cut our way through the swamp because it was so dense. We would start hearing knockings. At the time, I didn't realize what a knock was. And I remember looking at Richard, and I remember saying, Richard, I don't know who the hell is building what, but they're not getting anywhere because all they're doing is every 2 or 3 minutes they're hitting that damn nail with that hammer. I'm like, what are they doing? I'm like, they must be smoking the doobie and drinking and hitting the, nail on the head one time. But I didn't realize sound carries across water. And what I thought was somebody hitting a nail into a 2x4 building something, it could have been knocks. We would hear it like every 3 minutes, knock. About 3-4 minutes, knock. The whole time we're out there, knock. And I'm like, damn, they ain't never going to get that thing built. They're driving me crazy, And about a mile up the road, we had chicken farms. And I'll tell you, in North Carolina, if you have a Bigfoot encounter, it's going to be near a turkey farm, a chicken farm, or a hog farm, because it's easy food for them. A lot of the farmers, and I can say this because this kid I raised, I took him off the street when I was a cop, and I raised him. He worked at a chicken farm, and he said they throw them in a pile before they disposed of them. So they do, when the animals die, they just kind of throw them in a pile. Some people don't dispose of them, so easy food. So I'm like, they must be doing something to the chicken farm. Knock. I mean, we'd be out there for hours, and you would just always hear that knock. I'm like, there's some lazy fools around here, But
they never gonna get that shit built.
And so we had that going for us too. But anyway, on this day, I went past the point where we caught the thing on the video, and that I didn't realize we had. I turn around and I come back, and I'm looking at the ground, step, step, step. Oh shit! There's a snake skin where I just come through. They weren't there when I come through. And if you look at the snake skin, I have the picture, but I've seen you so many pictures. the ground was still wet. The snake skin was perfectly dry, and it was a U shape. It's not like a snake went through there in 2 minutes and shedded its skin. Laying perfectly there on the grass. Well, back then I was scared to death of snakes. I was like, blank, 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 blank. If you know me behind the scenes, you could just little bubbles were popping up everywhere, and I was like, the heck with snakes. I was going. Rich was like, what the hell? I was like, snake, snake, and he went back. He's like, he says, you're just such a drama mom. I don't do snakes. I don't look. I don't. And I says, I'm not going back. I said, what the hell with that snake skin? Biggest regret I ever had is I didn't pick it up and take it. And I'm going to tell you why. That was the last day I ever had any type of activity. And looking back over the years, it sounds stupid to say this. It does. Looking back over the years, I was so stressed about whether they lived or died during a hurricane, because that was a bad hurricane and it hit us bad. It really, I do believe in my hardest heart, that they dropped it there because it was the same spot I got it on video to say, okay, we survived. I really feel like they picked that up, that I was that worried about whether they lived or, and I think by me not picking it up, I don't know if I insulted them or they moved on because their food was, just gone. I never had any activity there after that. And I did get a picture of it. I did go back and get a picture of it. But that was the last day I ever had activity in that area. And I think I insulted. I think I'm the only person in the world that insulted a cryptid. But I believe it was actually, I believe they dropped it there because they knew why we were going back out there to see if they survived. If my friend had never called me, Mr. Skeptic himself, saying he heard that, we grew up in that swamp. We know the sounds. He said, Randy has never heard that. Whatever that was, he said it was the most pitiful, distressed, agonizing vocal he's ever heard. And that's when it kind of hit me. I mean, did it lose
Maybe
a
it
little?
wasn't. That's what I was going to say. Maybe it wasn't so much that you insulted them. Maybe something happened to the little one or whatever, and that was the mama or the daddy or something like that you were hearing. And then they knew that their baby's gone, their food source is gone, everything's washed out. The area is probably extremely contaminated. I mean, you know as well as I do this kind of stuff that washes down in these floods. They probably moved on.
I'll tell you what happened. I think they left the snake skin to say, hey, we lived, but we got to go. I mean, it's not like they waited for me, but I think they knew we went back to see if they just. My mistake was when I got into the Bigfoot community, I shared that location with someone that I thought I could trust. And the next thing I know, you got this big Dogman show on, and they named the road it happened on. And next thing you know, there's this shootout with these dogmen coming up on them. And the part that they mentioned, first of all, there's people in that area, you ain't going to go shoot up a bunch of gunfire, and those crazy lumbies are going to come out and they're going to kick your butt and send you home. So it's really, to me, it was really ironic that weeks after that, they put my area out there and made sure they said the road over and over. And I learned then to never trust anyone and give them your area, because you're on this dogman show and you're saying you had a shootout and you had to kill all these dogmen coming up. These creatures, I believe there's good and bad in everything. But if you look at our community, we had the Beast of Bladenboro. Beast of Bladenboro was known to snatch dogs off their chain because back then you kept your hunting dogs on chains, and they would kill livestock, and all the blood would be drained out of it. Well, some people saw this creature, and it was a mix between cat-like and dog-like.
Hmm.
And weren't what you call a wampus cat, but a lot of people said it was dog man with cat features. A lot of people said it was cat with dog-like features. That was really huge. They had sketches of it. Well, as you know, rednecks, what do when you're threatened? You go in the woods and you hunt every damn thing that resembles it, and you kill it. And this was in the the 40s, and it would make sense because they went in and killed every bobcat, fox, everything, and just wiped out a chunk of wildlife. So if I'm a cryptid and I'm seeing that happen, I'm going to learn to survive in the area by not being vocal. And that's why I think some areas they're not vocal. You're not going to hear those vocals. And I think that they have learned to survive in our area by not being vocal. And I think they never left in the 1940s. I think they stayed right there, and I think that's what we were dealing with. And I think that they said, okay, you pissed these crazy country people off. They're going to come in here, and it's going to be our demise. And I think generational, just as we as parents, you get traits from your parents without them even telling you. You learn by watching. And I think as the generations pass, they learn to stay silent and stay away from people. But there was only one time out there in that swamp that I felt threatened. And it was a foggy morning, early morning, decided to go out there. And I got about maybe 10 yards in the swamp. Something said, turn around. And I turned around and I left that day. And I'll never forget that morning. It was just a heavy, heavy fog. And I said, this will be the perfect time to actually put my eyes on it. And my gut said, turn around. And so Riley had a question. Why is your opinion on? Okay, what's my opinion on Sasquatch flesh and blood or something supernatural or a combination of both? I'm going to tell you, Riley, one day I'm flesh and blood, but when you put the whole picture together, there's something supernatural about it. And I'm going to tell you why. If you look at what some people would say, Nephilian, don't know if I'm saying that right, but if you look at, things like that, there could be a link there. But there is a supernatural element to it, and you can't get all of these people over time that have supernatural or high strangeness around an encounter, and all of these people can't be lying. And I always say the woo is what science has not caught up with yet.
Yep.
And when I first started down this field, everything was flesh and blood, flesh and blood, flesh and blood. But I realized there's something more to what's going on, and it's more than what I know. So I'm on the fence, but I'm open to either way. And I'm not trying to give you a on the fence kind of answer, but it's like some days I'm like, no, they're flesh and blood. Some days I'm like, but you can't discount this and this and this. And there's an intelligence there. And I know everything's frequency. Everything's frequency. And everything's about energy. And the more that I think I know something, the more that I think that I've got the answers to it. I listen to someone. I find them very credible, and I can't dismiss it. So one day I'm flesh and blood. Next day I'm open to the supernatural, but it's only because I haven't closed my mind and I try to take in what people say. I don't know if that makes sense,
It
but
makes it makes complete sense because I say the same thing because you hear one story or you experience something yourself or you hear something from somebody else and theirs may be 100%, flesh and blood encounter is what they think because it seems like an animal to them. And then you got them disappearing right in front of them or finding one track or seeing a portal open for you. I mean, I've heard people say that, so it's like you just go down the rabbit hole just further and further.
but if you look at the portals, I've heard that frequency creates portals. If you look at the 435 megahertz, I think I'm saying that right, that's a low frequency. And if you think about it, if you look into my near-death experience, when I joke and say I was going to hell, I think David's talk about me going in that haunted house getting Spunk Kitty out. Lady, I did my nose hunt today.
Look, I've got we've got a little dog that I love dearly. It's my baby girl's dog, but that bastard goes up in the haunted house. He's on his own.
If you go in my group, you'll see a picture of her on the top window looking out down at us, and I'm like, God, I gotta go in that house.
That was such a good picture.
But going back to frequencies, when I had my near-death experience, people think I'm joking when I said I was hellbound. No, I was going somewhere, and we'll get into that in a minute. But everybody thinks hell's hot. I think hell's cold because it's a lower frequency. Makes sense to me. Then you have higher frequencies like 444, 450, and those are frequencies of love. So everything to me it's all about frequencies, and
everything.
It's about frequencies. So I hear portals are created from frequencies, and who am I to say they're not? I mean, I know what I know in black and white, but I believe in dimensions. I believe in that we don't know half as much as we think we know as people, and we're very arrogant to think we have the answers. So I also know that frequencies can heal cancers and make tumors disappear.
Yes.
And it can be used for those things too. So
Well, let me
it's RH negative, that B negative, I'm B negative, and I think there's only 2% of the population that's B negative. Is that what he's talking about? RH negative?
possibly.
Yeah, I'm B negative.
Look, I don't mean to really change it up, but I want to ask you something we talked about before the show came on. Vicky, like when you were super duper in law enforcement, did your area, did y'all get many reports and stuff that you had to go check on, like about cryptid stuff?
No. The biggest cryptid that I can say that I dealt with there's 2 experiences that stand out in my mind, and I remembered one of them when I went to see my corporal. That day we were exchanging stories, and I was like, man, that's so I'm rabid and feral. But he reminded me of a story. First one was when I was a Red Springs officer. I was bored running radar one night. It was about 12 midnight, and this was a really small town, but it was like Dodge City. It was like one of those towns where when you work night shift and you went home, you literally kissed the door because you're like, God, these people are crazy in this town. And it was not your Norman Rockwell town, okay? It was not. It was like if there was a cluster mess compound in a town, that's the small town I decided to get broken into. I was running radar one night, and I was bored, and this car went by me, zoom. I was like, oh, yeah, I got one. I wasn't really much on writing tickets because I worked in a really poor area. So, if I can talk to you, I'm not going to write you a ticket because that might be the difference between you putting food on your table and paying a ticket. But I was like, I got me one. So back then, I'm gonna age myself. Okay, I'm gonna age myself. This was a box type Crown Victoria, square body type. It
Yeah.
had Barney 5 bubble light on top. And there's a reason they gave me the Barney 5 cars, because I drove like Daisy Duke. Okay. They used to call me Daisy Duke and Ellie Mae and whatever. But that, I put that car places that a 4-wheel drive couldn't go. But this bubble light, when you go to pull someone over, it would go, and it was just on his last leg. It was just trying so hard to spin. And every once in a while, you would get out on the car and it would just stop and go out. You have to punch the roof and it would go yang, yang. So I see this car and I turn on the blue light, right? It's going yang, yang, yang. And this car pulls over. And so I get out the car, right? And I'm looking at the car. And as soon as I step out the car and I'm halfway to this car, I'm hearing something beside me. On this side, it was like a ditch, and it was a line of pine trees, healthy pines. Behind that, I can't remember if it was forest or a crop. On this side, there was a crop there. I want to say it was corn, can't remember. Get out, and I hear something coming down the tree. And when it's coming down this tree, it's breaking these thick, healthy pine limbs. And a healthy pine limb, you're not going to break one like that. You're not. Well, whatever it was coming down the tree. You weren't going up the tree. And I'm thinking, if that was a black bear is going to go away from the light, and the radio's going on the PA. It's going to go up the tree, not down the tree. And this whatever this is, it's crashing, and there's limbs breaking. It sounds like gunfire going off. And about this time, I'm hitting the back panel or the back driver's side door, right, of the car I have pulled over. And I look, and there's about that much. He has his window down like that much. You know, Greg, as well as I do, when their window's down about that much, you're like, oh shit, here it goes, right? And when I went in, I was like, oh my God, he's going to jump out on me or whatever. And I looked in, and this guy's eyes were big as saucers. He's hearing what I'm hearing. I remember looking at him, and I said, go, go, go. And he went. He didn't hesitate. Gone. And as soon as I've seen his tail lights leave, and I'm like, shit, he left me here. You know? And I'm backing up to my car, and I'm like, I'm not looking at it. I'm not looking at it. And I'm backing up, and my knees are just cracked. I mean, they're just high, shaking together. And I finally get in my car, and by this time, all I hear is that. my legs were shaking so bad, I don't know if I could even, hit the accelerator. And I go down, I finally get down the road. I get myself together, and I get like a half mile down the road, and I was like, oh hell no, I'm alpha dog. I'm in the Barney 5 car. I got the gun. This was before tasers. We still had the 5D flashlight. I'm like. So I just turn around, come back, and I pulled beside the road where the limbs were crashing, right? And I get out, I said, whatever this is, I'm going to face it, because I'm alpha dog, right? My knees were saying, no, you're not. But I forced myself. I got out the car. I'm looking at this tree, and I'm waiting for whatever that was just to charge me. Nothing happened. Total silence. Can't remember. It was complete silence. Total silence. Turn around and get back in my car. I looked across the field, and there is this huge craft in the sky. When I say a huge craft, it was. And look, I'm looking at this thing, but to me it looked like the size of a football field. And there was 3 triangles, one in front, 2 in the back. And it just hovered. It was almost like I could reach up and just touch it. There was no downflow, no downwind, nothing from it. And I'm just looking at it, and I'm thinking, this has really been one hell of a night. And I'm thinking, I'm getting back in that car because whatever that is, it's not taking me up in that thing. And I got in my car and I drove to the little town that I worked in. And I sat there the whole night trying to piece together what happened. But you know, life goes on, life happens. You know, I worked in a really mean little town, and it was just, you know, get up and go and you on to the next call, you know, and you know, people say, well, did you talk about it? No. Who are you going to really tell? Back then, I worked in a town full of crooked cops. They didn't like me. You know, who you going to tell? And you just go to your next call, you deal with it, and you move on. And this was a little cop, a little town of 3,000 people. We had 3 homicides in one weekend. So you really didn't. Like I said, the first homicide I went on was the detective that was investigating the homicide was actually the one that killed him. So I mean, so the next time, years later, about the same area, my corporal that just passed away last week. We were gassing up one night. And we had went on a call, and it was one of those nights that as soon as you check on, you're like, oh hell, and we ran emergency traffic across that county. We were literally passing each other, going to calls with our blue lights on, going to different calls. It was just a night everybody was naughty in the county. I went on the call and ended up taking a shotgun from a boy or this dude, and we got in a little scuffle or whatever. And my corporal that had just passed away, he ended up coming on scene, and we cuff and stuff, throw him in the car, and we couldn't get the round out the shotgun. And I was like, this is not safe to carry. So my corporal was in the military and he dealt with arms. I said, go try to get this out of the shotgun. He ended up putting him there. I take old boy to jail. And the night we ran so hard that night, about 3 o'clock, finally things were winding down, and he had kept the shotgun in his trunk the whole night. At about 3 o'clock, I stopped, I got some coffee, and he called me. He was like, Sarge, he said, have you had some coffee yet? I was like, what happened? He said, we just shot a hole in the sheriff's office ceiling. I was like, what?
Oh,
He said, yeah, just come on. I was like, oh my God. So I get to the sheriff's office, and part of the ceiling's still falling, like little pieces of sheetrock. And I looked up there, I was like, shit, I got to write a report on this. So what happened is trying to unload the shotgun, and it goes off. And I'm like, you do realize you rode around all night, this thing could have went off in your car, But anyway, I did a report, and I was like, okay, just nothing else is going to happen tonight. So I'm already hyped up, and I'm like, shit. So I said, well, you got to stay over because we got to show this to the sheriff. Don't worry, I got you back on it. I know the gun was old, it was rusted, and don't worry about it. Like a hole like that in it. And so he's riding in the car with me. We're going to drop his car off to get service. We're waiting on the sheriff to come in, and it's right before the sun comes up. It's still dark out. Well, we would take our cars, drop them off at our CMF, County Maintenance Facility. It was down this long dirt road. And you had to open its gate, drive your car in it, park your car, come back up, shut the gate. We're shutting the gate, and something at the gate that's really high above us is blowing hot air out of the trees onto us, and it's like, I was like, did you hear that? And he was like, what the hell can be that big? And because it was over our heads, and you could feel like the heat. And it's like, I can't do it because since I got my trach, I can't make that noise. And I was like, that, F that. And I just flew to my car, right? And I'm jumping in my car and I'm like, I'm out of here. And what I realized is he had my keys and I couldn't leave them. He's just sitting back there holding the keys. But whatever. So there were things that happened. Now, a mile from that, I met a lady that had a daylight dogman sighting. And she driving, it was right beside a light pole, and she's a good friend of mine. I have some of her artwork, and it was right there beside a light pole. So there's a lot of activity in that area. When I was growing up, the guy's a paramedic now. He actually saw what he said was a werewolf,
Mm.
and he hid in the floorboard of a car in Robinson County, and while his mom was buying dope. And
Cool.
he's a very credible guy. Said it was a werewolf. Said it scared the crap out of him. So
Wow.
North Carolina is a very I mean, in itself, it's a hot spot. It's a very overlooked state with cryptids. And another thing about North Carolina, we have Bigfoot here that are tall, slender, athletic type. When I used to go out and I would investigate people's properties, and a lot of people don't know, I used to go out and do that. I went on quite a few properties. And I met a politician that was high up in the state, and he had game land, and he would rent out his game land and let people hunt on it. And one of the things that this was the first time I heard about the tall, slender, athletic type. People say they're juveniles. I think they're different types out there. And I'll tell you what, in a minute, we found a footprint that it was amazing. But he was telling me that, you know how the woods get darker before everywhere else? Well, he had this like an 8-foot plow cut through his game land. And he's coming down, getting things ready for him to take out. You know, some people that pay him very good money to hunt on the land. And he sees somebody go across the plow cut in a ghillie suit. And he's like, I'm not the one you want to trespass on my land because this is my bread and butter outside of, politics. And there's a lot of money made on these game lands, a lot of money. And so he kind of took it personal. And so he started going to the woods after, and he realized it covered a 8-foot plow cut in 2 steps.
Mm.
Wait a minute, it's not right. So time went on, and he kept seeing it. And he realized, I'm looking at a Bigfoot, but it's not the patty type. So he's like, it's a Bigfoot, but it's not the patty type. So this is how I learned there's different types in North Carolina. In the Piedmont area, they seem to have the tall, slender types. So the way he described it as a wet deer look. If you look at a deer, it's wet, that's the color of it. Well, come to find out, the son had seen it multiple times. These are people that hunt bear and big game. It's not a bear, but they just that as a wet bear look. I also did an investigation on someone's land. She walked outside her door, and she said she saw a giant hyena in her yard that was calico color. Well, word of mouth got me. Went out there, got her story. We investigated her land maybe 2 weeks, and the only thing found on her land were big cat tracks. So I think she was seeing a mountain lion, but I could never see anything to support that. There was a dogman or a hyena type cryptid on her. Now my best friend does have them on her property, and we had some interesting things. And I'll tell you something. when we were on her property, she actually seen one behind the barn. She could just see it move. She knew it was huge. She could hear the screams that night. But what clued her into, I showed you a picture, and I was standing beside this Bigfoot cutout, and I had Helltown Road and 210. Well, that's like 3 miles from her town. And what clued her in on that is it was in the middle of the winter. She got out, she got cut her, or to shut her gate. She saw a bear track in the middle of her dirt road. She lives on the Black River. On one side of her property, there's a blueberry farm. There's a hog farm about a couple miles from her, and all around her is just open farmland. And she looked down, she says, "My God, somebody's got a big foot." And because she weren't thinking Bigfoot or anything else, just thinking who. And it didn't occur to her till she got work. She works at the Justice Academy. It didn't occur to her till she got work. Hell, it's in the middle of winter, and nobody's going to be barefoot out there. And there was like one track that hit bam right in the middle of her. So that's how we met. She goes, "I want you to come out. I want you to see what's going on in my property." I said, let's do it, Go out, meet her. I'm scaling her property. She says, "Where do you want to go in at?" I said, "Let's go in the thickest, most difficult part of this forest that we can go into." And when I say we hit the mother lode, as soon as we cut through that brush, and it took us forever to get through those briars and the vines, and as soon as we cut through that brush, we found a clear opening on her land she didn't even know she had. It was almost like you walked into a complete different, just geotype area. And we found this fox, or this coyote den. And the coyote den, they weren't in there anymore, but what we found at the coyote den was more interesting than the coyote. We found about an 18-inch track with 3 toes. This track, it had been rained on, weathered, and you could still see the imprint. We tried to cast it, knowing we weren't going to get it, but we wanted an idea of the dimensions and how big it was, because you could still, make out the sides. But it was going straight to that coyote den. And that day out there, I had my first, I guess, like a sickness. My heart started pounding like somebody was sitting on my chest. And I said, "I cannot breathe." And this is the first day I met her, and I'm sitting on the ground on my butt, and I'm looking at this coyote den. And it took about 40 minutes for me to get my heart calmed down. And it was like, dum, 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 and I couldn't breathe. Finally got up. We go back. And of course, I messed the plaster up because it weren't deep enough, but I wanted to try. We're coming back. We're like, okay, so we got something going on. This would be a good point for us to come back and start. On the way back, we're cutting ourselves back to her house, having to cut back through the vines. And when I say you couldn't take a step, with the vines just closing in on you, and they're pulling at your shirt and your clothes and everything else, we found why it could have possibly been a bed in a nesting area. And if you weren't looking for it, you would have walked right by it. But some of these places that we had to go to on her property to hit that clearing, we had to go on our hands and knees and go underbrush and pull ourselves through just to get through. And we happened to look over there, and it looked, the branches had been pulled over this area. They had taken like the vines and the branches, and they had almost created like a half moon. And if you looked in there, you could see where something was laying. We didn't see any hair or anything, but whatever it was, there was like an 8 by 8 foot circle in there. And it was just a perfect blind. Now, Could a person do it? Maybe, but here's the weird thing. We could not find how whatever was sleeping in there got into that area without breaking saplings or anything else. Because when we went through that area, we were either on our bellies, going under briars and everything else, or we were could not figure out how it got there. And we got a really good photo of it, but you could tell something was dead down there. And this was the same location where she was out feeding her horses one night and went to go off the porch, and she seen it behind her barn. And she just seen it briefly, then it went back behind the barn and took off through the blueberry field. So what's the common denominator here? You got hunting land, pig farm, like I said, pig, chicken, blackberries, and you got Black River.
That's all I was gonna say. Was there a lake or a river or whatever where they could get like mussels and things like that? Because we've actually found the exact same thing that you're describing, and found like clam shells or whatever, like the mussel shells from the lake, the freshwater ones broke open everywhere in the same area. And it was done the same way. It looked almost just like a half blind and a big nest on the inside, but there was no tracks, no nothing, nowhere. And something had just been bedded down and kind of eaten over around it.
I'll tell you about the coyote then. I was in Uwharrie the other week, and a lot of people think Uwharrie's overrated or they've moved out. Let me tell you about Uwharrie. Don't talk to researchers, talk to people that live there. And the coyote den never set right with me. I know Bigfoot's associated with coyote, and it never, something about that never set right with me. Like, why? Why would you go to coyote den? Because you're not going to get them out because they're underground. They literally, like little moles. They have tunnels under there. And I for whatever reason, I didn't think it was the coyotes were being a food source for this thing. And I was in Uwharrie the other day, and I was talking to an old timer, and I just flat out asked him, I said, "Have you ever seen a Bigfoot around here?" And he says, "Oh yeah." He told me about his daddy shooting at one that was going into the chicken coop.
Wow.
And he pieced a piece of this puzzle together for me that it just fit exactly what I saw at Tina's house. He said Victoria, he said they did a study on the coyotes here. There's two families in the Uwharrie of coyotes. He said they did a study on them, a 30-day study. In 30 days, one den drug 30 deer to their den. The other coyote den took 28 deer to their den.
Wow.
So we're thinking they'll kill everything, and coyotes will come in and they'll deplete the area. And so I don't know if the rotation or the migration of Bigfoot, to me, depends. If you have an area where coyotes have moved in, and don't get me wrong, one of the best vocals I've ever heard in my life was on South Mountain, North Carolina, among coyotes. But it occurred to me that coyotes are depleting the food source. They're going to get the food from the coyotes. Of course, everybody knows that, but the coyotes, the sightings go down when the coyotes come through because they kill out the food source. Does that make sense? That's just why it hit me that day that me and Tina saw that track going to that coyote den, that they probably already wiped out the food source, and that's the only place you're going to get some kind of scavenge of the remains or something. And I could be way off, but listening to this gentleman talk, when the coyotes come through is when you have your vocals and your sightings. Then the food source gets depleted, coyotes move out, there's no more food and they do follow the coyotes. And could I be off on that one? But that would explain the track going to the den. I don't know. It's just, if you guys have an opinion on that, that's, you know.
I mean, they could have been trying to catch a coyote to eat it, or they may have been just robbing from the coyotes what they'd already killed.
Yeah.
Yeah, following them around like a buzzard or something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a connection there. But listening to him, I mean, there was definitely. He also told me about some road workers in Uwari that were like working on the road, and he said they kept getting this dead fish smell, and so they would step right over in the creek and look in the creek, and one was sitting there killing fish. Just plain as day, they got up and looked at them, and they said they've had about 4 encounters with them. So that they still are in Uwari, but I think there's definitely something with the coyotes moving through and taking out the food source. But that's just me. But I know when we were on South Mountain, Greg, the best vocal I ever heard, we were on that mountain, and that was a crazy night. Every once in a while, we'd start the coyotes just to keep track where the coyotes were, because we had our dog with us. So we would get make a noise, make the coyotes sound off. And right in front of it, we had a fire going. There was a tree line right in front of, I mean, literally not 20 feet from us, that the coyotes just went off in that wood line. You could just hear them, yip, yip, yip. And in the middle of it all, this really deep, guttural coyote just started going off, and it was almost like it was fed up with us having the coyotes sound out, because we're trying to keep track of where they are, and it was almost like it started mimicking the coyote, and then it went into a just I'm fed up with you, like this just mumble, and just stopped short. And I said, that's got to be the best damn vocal I've ever heard. And I looked at my husband. I said, please tell me you got that on audio. He was like, heck yeah, I got it on audio. And you look down and the audio weren't going. I was like, okay, best vocal I ever heard, and we didn't get it on audio.
We had that happen to us at LBL. I set a GoPro out on the table. 100% that thing was on. And I kind of hid it to where if something came into camp while we was gone, it would pick it up. I checked it twice before we even left. Come back, and it had cut off right as we was leaving camp. I know it was on.
Yeah. Oh, that Murphy Law.
What about the one that y'all had here at the man cave, Misty, that was cut off? Remember?
Oh, I had a recorder on the front and back porch, and the one that would have picked it up the loudest, it cut off, and the one on the front barely even got it to where you can hardly even hear it, and it won't even pick up on the spectrogram.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it was loud. I mean, we were all sitting outside and heard it.
Misty, I'm gonna go out and come back in and see if it's echo quit. Am I not still echoing? I think I am. Well, I'm not now. I don't know. It's not doing it now.
I don't know. The internet's been weird. I thought I had went completely out and the whole show had shut down just a second ago. That's why I keep going out, because I'm running hotspot off my phone to even get it to work out here. And so I thought it cut us off, but it didn't. I guess it just buffered.
I'll tell you something too, Vicky, on like dealing with these things, dealing with boogers like I have for 25 years and counting. A lot of times the coyotes will set one off, and sometimes a booger would actually set the coyotes off. I mean, it'd go both ways. But I can tell you this, that I don't know if I've ever heard anybody else talk about it. I don't remember it. Let's put it that way. But I've had these things like like a booger would scream or do some type of vocal, and it would set off a pack of coyotes, and you could tell like the booger is this way, a few hundred yards, and the coyotes would be like over here a few hundred yards. It'd be near like we were in a triangle. I'm here, there, some's there, and the coyotes over here. But I've had coyotes start going crazy and just yipping and howling and carrying on. And a booger would do a certain scream or basically a roar, and it was like you had a mute button. They would you couldn't prod a coyote and make another sound. I mean, it would shut everything off.
Wow.
What's so weird about that is, I talk about how the coyotes and the trains and the booger sounds all kind of coincide here. It'll be weird because, like, you'll hear a booger call before you ever even know there's a train. And I'm so close to the trains here that, like, if I'm outside at night like this where it's real quiet and there's nothing going on outside, I can feel the vibration of that train running on the track. And a lot of times I'll hear a booger call before you ever even know there's a train. It'll call, and then you'll hear a whistle of the train, or you'll hear it running on the tracks. And I'm wondering if that vibration that train makes, or the sound, because you know how sometimes it'll get that real high pitched, kind of like that.
Vibration, frequency.
Yes.
And this is what I feel like. If you find something that puts out a 435 frequency, that's supposed to be a negative frequency. You're going to bring in something negative, right? So I think it's all about frequency. Do I think coyotes also provide vocal cover? Is that for me or for Greg or for Misty?
It's for you.
I think after speaking with that elder in Uwari, that I've always played around with the notion that they do, and I've always heard. But like I said, most of what, I'm just gonna put it out there, okay? Most of us just have opinions, and we base them on small observations and experiences we have, and we're entitled to have those opinions because that's, like I said, the woo is nothing more than science hasn't caught up with it yet. So I've heard that a lot. So I do think there is a connection, and I would not put it past where they have learned each other's behavior and learned each other's habits, and they capitalize off of it. If I was trying to survive somewhere, and I would learn the behaviors of what's around me, and I would capitalize on it if my survival depended on it. So I would say, yeah. And talking about alligators, I'll tell you a funny story. I'm gonna just I'm gonna bust myself out right here. Let me tell you what a bad kayak is right now, okay? And then we'll take a break from the Bigfoot stuff, and we'll go into the animal rescues. I think we wanted to hit on that. Me and my friend Richard would kayak on the Lumber River, right? And we decided to go out to the place where he had his encounter on. And he went out and bought this brand new kayak. And back then, I could only afford like one of the Walmart ones, right? And that's what I started on. And he went out and bought this really the Cadillac of kayaks, okay? And he had the seat. He built the seat that set up really high in it. And I said, Richard, don't you think that'd be a little top heavy, buddy? We are going in the swamp. And it's like, no, I know what I'm doing. Okay. So we're going down this little creek, right? And we're fixing to hit the river. And there's some guys on the bank, they're fishing, and we're just kayaking. And I had my GoPro on that day because this was back when we were having activity. And I'm in front of them, and I hear psh, and I said, he doesn't flip that kayak. And as a friend, I see this watching holla, as a friend, you want to go back and you want to help your friend. But, as a man, you're like, I got to let him figure that out for herself, right? Because if I go out there, he's like, well, you always got to be so dominant and everything. So I'm like, okay,
you don't have to save me.
And so, it put me in a bad situation, okay? So I said, okay, if I look back, then, hey, he's going to be embarrassed because he's really shy. I said, if I go back and try to help them, then I'm not letting them be a man and figure it out. And so I said, okay, I'll let him figure it out. He used to do, water rescue. I'll let him figure it out. Well, he got in his kayak, then he flipped it again. And this time I'm rolling because I'm looking on the bank, and the people on the bank are just packing up their fish and stuff. They're like, the hell with it. He's scared of fish. They're leaving. Every time he's getting on the kayak, he's flipping. And he finally gets on his kayak. And I'm laughing so hard. I got tears rolling down my face. And he is just so offended. He's like, I can't believe you did that. I said, but Richard, had I went back, you'd been embarrassed. Had I tried to help you, then no, I said, it's just a bad situation. It's like, you're the worst friend ever. I was like, Roger that, buddy. So fast forward 6 months, we decided we're going to drop in to Princess Anne, right? And I'm not wearing my glasses and I'm not wearing my contacts. And I was like, we're paddling. We've made us a little lunch, and we're going across the Lumber River. And I look across the river. I said, well, there's a little log over there. Let's just go have our lunch, right? And I'm paddling to it. And I notice he's hanging back there, and I'm like, what's up with him, right? And I get there, and about the time I hit the bank, it's a damn alligator, right? He let me paddle right up to an alligator. And I'm like, well, I guess that was payback, buddy. No. But that's what we do when we go out. We try to get each other killed.
I know the feeling. Hey, we're right there with you.
But that's true. You bond over that stuff. You bond over that stuff.
That's right.
I mean, when I think about hearing that kayak, I still sometimes. I can be like at work, and I'll see somebody go by with a kayak in their truck, and I'll start laughing so hard I got tears coming down because I just think those people on the bank just saying, "The hell with this." He's scared of fish. They're getting their poles up and their gear. And yeah, I'm a bad friend. Anyway.
I
have done good stuff. I have done good stuff.
We do it out of love, though.
What it is Vicky set standards on that her friends has got to be tough, so she tests them all the time.
Tough love.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right. You always take out bear bait. Your burns off donut calories. Yes,
yeah.
I agree. But hey, you're right. The log had teeth. I'm lucky we don't have really big gators in our area, but we But I did do good stuff now. I did send you some pictures of Bob the horse I rescued, and the crow, Tico, and Swamp Kitty's over there beating up something. And we'll get into that. Now, do they want to hear about when I did animal rescue and about FEMA telling me the horse?
Right, here's a picture of, let's see, let me see if I can pull this up.
Oh, that's Mr. Ham. I'll tell you a picture. There's a story there, Mr. Ham. That's my buddy. You see that road rash on him? There's a story behind that. That's my buddy, Mr. Ham. So, Mr. Ham, when I worked in animal service, I'm going down Highway 87 one day, and they give us a lot of calls, and we go out, we check the welfare of animals or whatever. And this was after my law enforcement career, because after my career, I couldn't go back into law enforcement. It took me 8 years to come out of medical retirement where I could work a job. So, a lot of my law enforcement friends said, well, she's like Ellie Mae, hire her. So they hired me because I have a love for animals. I just love animals. So one day I'm going to work down Highway 87, and traffic's going zing, zing, zing. And I look in the medium, and there's a pig in the medium just wallowing in the mud from the rainstorm. And I said, oh shit, I gotta chase a pig. So I called it in. I said, dispatch, I got a pig in the medium. Gotta take it in. So it took about 8 of us to catch him, and we were all muddy and everything. So we named him Mr. Ham. No, he was not barbecue. So we named him Mr. Ham. Mr. Ham become a shelter favorite. We were always out there feeding him apples, and he was just like everybody loved Mr. Ham. He was with us about 6 months, and this pig was so loved by the staff that he just, he was meant to be barbecue. He fell off a truck, so we gave him the best life. We weren't going to adopt him out. He was going to go to a sanctuary, and before we could line him up a home, this is a sad story now. Hurricane Matthew come through. I took the last picture of Mr. Ham, and we had Mr. Ham and we have Bob the horse. I'll get into Bob the horse in a minute. When the hurricane was coming through, they put him into like the side bay. They had his hay there, his food there. We had no idea that the water was going to come up that high. And when I had my canine cryptid encounter, you see those woods back there behind the barn? That's what's called the Rockfish Creek. So Rockfish Creek hits Cape Fear River. And so we just were in just the worst area you could be. We never knew the water would come that high. So the water come through, and I was at the rescue shelter where we were taking in distressed animals. And the next morning I was able to get to the shelter, and my friend Joel met me, and he says, Vicki, he says, you're going to be mad at me. He says, please don't hate me, but I had to shoot Mr. Ham. And I said, what happened? Well, when the flood come through, we had Swamp Kitty. She is literally biting her own tail and getting mad because she can't figure it out. When the flood come through, the water rose.
She's mad.
She comes back from that house. When the flood come through, the water rose so high it lifted pigs float. And had the water been a little bit higher, he would have cleared the top of the fence. But his leg got caught on the fence. They're watching him at.
She don't want you talking about Mr. Ham.
Stop, Renee. There's love for. Yeah, but we're watching. They're watching this pig that we love. Okay, they're suffer. So they made a decision, instead of seeing him suffer and getting hung. He was hung on the fence. They shot him. When the water went down, they got his body, and they had him cremated. And if you walk into this animal service center, there's a portrait of him there. So he was just that loved. Now on the other side of this, we had a horse named Bob. You will love Bob's story. I don't know if you've got that one
I don't know if it's on this one. No.
I love possums.
We don't want to go into that, do we, Miss?
There's a story on these two too.
Let's see.
That's some of the flood water. Oh, that's Tico, my crow. Hang on.
Oh, I've got crows. I hadn't told you about this. I got to tell you right quick. I've had crows hanging out. Only one, but every now and then, like there'll be two of them, and it's been like crazy. Like it's just been hanging out here with me. So the other day, I started working on an area for it to see if they would come in, and I left like some keys and some bird food and stuff like that, and put out like some little shiny trinkets of just like different things out. And I'm hoping like crazy this thing starts hanging out here.
Oh, they remember good people. They remember good people.
I hope it does, because it's been just hanging out in the field and just, I mean, I don't know. It's weird because like there's a whole story to it. I won't get into it right now, but it's almost like it's here for a reason, kind of watching over, maybe not me, but somebody or something here, because of things have been kind of weird. and that's I'm not going to go into it because it'll take a while, but it's like almost like the crows here for a reason.
Tico, the crow you see on my shoulder there, he actually flew in the pool and was drowning, so they brought him in to us. And domestic animals took precedence over wildlife. So if we were out of room and we couldn't find a rescue to take them, wildlife would have to go down first. And so they told us to euthanize Tico. And the youth room had entrance in the back, and the back of the room would go into a bay. So we actually took him into the room like he was being euthanized, and I walked out the back with him and put him in my truck and took him home with me. And he did not understand what was going on. And so what I did, I knew, he was too weak to survive to be released. So I had a little office in my house. So I cleaned out the office. And what I did is I cut down some really big branches and I made a habitat in the office for him. And I would go in the room and I would feed him. He'd have salmon and, peaches or whatever he wanted. And he was really small. He don't look small there, but he was really small when I got him. And he was just so cautious of me. So I spent months taking care of this crow. And one day I had to go to Raleigh and take a test. And I went to the room, and by this time he was really healthy. And I knew it was getting to be that time for him to go. So what I would do, I would crack the window open. And when he was ready to go, he could go. He would know when it was. So that day I was in a hurry, and I walked in the room. And when I did, he flew down on a branch, and he was right there, eye level with me, front of my face, just looking at me. And he locked eyes with me. And I said, "Today's the day, ain't it, buddy?" And he just stared at me for the longest time. But I had to go because I had to drive, 45 minutes to Raleigh. And I shut the door and I walked out. And when I come home, he had flown out the window. And so he stayed around the house for months. And when I would go to work, he would follow my truck to the railroad tracks. And he did this for weeks. Then he'd come back and he'd go to a magnolia tree. And if you ever look at this necklace, you see it's a crow. And on his freedom flight, when he was in the tree hanging out at the house, he would land on the magnolia tree. And I got a picture of him, and I sent the picture to Texas. And this lady took a silver dollar and a penny, and she took the image on that picture of him sitting in a tree, and she made me the necklace.
That's cool.
And so Tico would bring me gifts. I was mowing the grass one day, and I kept looking at my mower, and I was like, that looks like my cap. And I would look back at my tank, and I'm like, well, my cap's there. And he would steal my neighbor's gasoline cap, and he'd drop in the yard. And everything would always be dropped in the same place, and it would always come from my neighbor's yard. So I just got to the point where I just collected them and didn't say anything. So I always had a spare mower cap. And I would get these rubber seal rings that he would drop there, and it was just. But he stayed around forever. Then I think he went to the mansion. There's a big plantation house across because there was a family of crows there, and I think eventually he kind of found a family there.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So I mean that. So there were other things I did outside of law enforcement. We had Bob the horse. During Hurricane Matthew, Bob the horse was in the other pasture. Like there was Mr. Ham here, then Bob the horse over there. That's my dogs. That's Ella. She was my bomb dog.
I was wondering if there's the picture you was talking about earlier.
That's Helltown. Yeah, that's Helltown going to Tina's house. That's why they had a Sasquatch there, because that dude is creepy. He always shows up in the pictures. You don't see him there. He looks like the dude. That was creepy too. We got that in the picture. Never. That was Jacko.
Let me go.
Jacko got shot in line of duty, but he got to retire. So
Hang on just a second, Vicky.
that was
I'll
a
go
little
back.
possum. That was a squirrel that wouldn't leave me alone. That was
I was
this
trying to see if I could.
falcon. Those are some X's we found on an investigation. But that falcon drove 60 miles in a woman's grill. And we had to pry it out at the airport that night. But that squirrel, he just wouldn't leave me alone. But that one, it was in that car's grill.
That one picture was like a pocket possum. That was a little bitty thing.
Yeah, his mom died, so I carried him around in my pocket all night.
I was
I
trying to
had
find
raccoons in my shirt. That was an X we found off the Cape Fear River. So you tell me that that's not something someone picked up and put there.
See, I'll come back to this one. This has got a lot of
Yes.
stuff in it that you're going to want to cover. I was trying to find Bob, but I don't know.
Bob
It's
the
only
water
showing
horse.
like so many. Maybe this one. Let me see. Oh no, this is the wreck. We'll wait on this
Okay,
one.
that's the.
Like,
Yeah, that was my wreck.
we'll show that here.
That
in
was a
just
career
second.
ender right there. I talked about that on March.
See,
So anyway, okay, that was during Matthew. That was me as a rookie. Ella saved
Okay.
our life that night. There's a story behind that. That was a good dog right there.
She's
So,
beautiful.
Yeah.
Is this the same flood?
Do what?
Is this the same flood?
Yeah, that was the flood coming in. So there's a pet resort in this building back here that people put their pets in during the storm that had to evacuate, and it ended up flooding. We had to go in and get all of those dogs out, all the cats out, because it went probably waist deep in that building. So Bob the horse. Let me go ahead and get into Bob the horse. So
yeah, I
Bob
think
the
he's
horse
in this one, I think.
was a beautiful black and white horse. Okay. And Bob's owner raced Bob, so Bob was a money maker. Fat cute cat. But that's Bob. That's you don't see me because I'm under the water. No, actually, I think that might be my hand right there. That's Bob the horse. So Bob's story is his owner was really cruel to him. And as long as Bob was running the track and making money, that Bob got fed. But when Bob got older and he started losing his his races or whatever, he got put in a round pen and his bones started showing, and somebody called us on Bob. So we went and we seized Bob. Bob was a little bit difficult. Okay, let me tell you about Bob. Bob was a little bit difficult. When we went to get Bob, Bob escaped from us, and we were going up and down Highway 24 chasing this horse was so mean. But Bob was mean because Bob got beat a lot and Bob was starved. Okay. And we got Bob, we got him to the shelter, we got him fat, and every chance Bob would get, he would bite you, try to kick you. Bob he was like, leave me alone and bring me some hay. And Bob got the same love that Mr. Ham did. Mr. Ham was right across the pasture at him. And Bob, the courts made us give Bob back to his owner. We didn't want to give Bob back to his owner, but a judge said you have to give Bob back to his owner. So apparently Bob stopped winning the races again, so he left them in the same round pen to starve. Well, Bob figured out that if he got out that round pen and he could get to Highway 24, we were going to come in our trucks and haul them off. So this happened 3 or 4 times. They would always make us give Bob back. We would fatten them up, then the owner would want them again, and we'd have to give them back up because he would meet the criteria of the courts. So the last time we got Bob, we're like, nope. we had enough to show that it was continuous abuse. Bob took himself out of the round pen and he waited for us right there on Highway 24. Now, when we got there, he was expecting us, but he was like, he had a reputation to protect. So he followed us, tried to bite us. Then he was like, okay, I've done my thing. Now I'll go in the trailer because Bob had a rep to protect. We put him in the trailer. Well, we get him out there. He's out there for months, and we're feeding him and we're loving on him. And he was like, "Oh, I got a good life, right?" It's like kind of liking you people. Well, the owner found out that when we got custody of him, the owner found out he decided he was going to snowball us, right? So he was going to pay someone to adopt Bob, and he was going to get Bob back, put Bob back in that round pen, and race Bob again. We didn't realize what was going on till later. So guy comes, pays the adoption fee. We didn't want to see Bob go. Bob would not go into the trailer. Bob kicked their ass, and guy says, "All right, you know what? I know someone that's professional. They'll take care of that horse." And we're just sitting to the side, like, if you lay hands on that horse, we're gonna stomp your ass, okay? Because we put so much effort in this horse, skin and bones. You know, Bob was a cool horse. So, don't die, Bob. Wait till I tell the story. So the guy went and found this dude, okay? And this dude showed up and he decided he was going to ride Bob 18 miles back to this guy's round pen. And this guy shows up and we're like, what the hell? Where the hell did he find this guy? This guy shows up. He's wearing his little Crocodile Dundee hat. He's got a whip. And we're like, as soon as Bob sees that whip, he's toast. And he's got this long leather, like Durango coat on and these boots with these spurs on. And we're like, oh my God. And he went round and round with Bob. We're just sitting there. We're like, just give Bob back to us. Bob don't want to go. Just let him be a pasture puppy, right? He finally gets on Bob. He says, well, I told you. He says, I'll get this MFer to the, he says, I'll get this MFer to the round pen or back home. And we're like, damn. So they go take off out the animals, protection service, and they're going down the street, and they're like, man, and we're inside, we're sad because Bob's gone, right? And we're just standing there. We had these big glass windows, and we would had a lot of windows there so the animals would be stimulated, and have some kind of outside, and we're all sitting there talking, and like, man, this sucks. Next thing you know, we see Bob come by. He's running back to the shelter without a rider on him. And he dumped that guy off. He turned around. He come back to the shelter, and he was standing at that fence like, let me in. And we let him in, and the guy didn't take Bob. And we decided that Bob was not going to be adopted out no more. So Bob's in the pasture. Hurricane Matthew's coming. And the water, like I said, there's a creek behind there. If you look at the back of that picture, you can see the top of that fence. And these trailers right here actually come from the sheriff's office, and they washed over to our side. So I come to work the next day, and I love me some Bob, okay? I love me some Bob. Everybody loved Bob. And I come to work the next day. I just found out they shot Mr. Ham. And I'm like, can't be mad at you. You didn't let them, suffer the circle of life. But I'm like, where's Bob? And they're like, we haven't seen Bob, nor had her hair. The water's still rushing over there. You can see clearly the water's still rushing. We don't know if Bob lived. And we're like, we're calling out. We can't get past there because that water is right there. There's stuff under that water that, it's like they're like little torpedoes. The debris is, and I've done people rescue and I've done animal rescue. Water I don't like. do not like water rescues. Well, I used to be a deputy, and the sheriff's training center is right beside us, and they were over there with they had like one of the swift water boats, and I went over there. I said, Chuck, can you please just take the boat out, go over there and see if our horse is alive? So the special response team that I used to work with as a canine officer say, yeah, we'll do it for you, you know, Victoria, no problem. Go out there, well, they can see this much of Bob. And he's standing in the water. That water is so cold. And so FEMA comes up. FEMA says, we need some help getting our horse out. FEMA said, the best thing you can do is shoot that horse. And we looked at him like, there was little bubbles coming out of our, we were mad. We're like, no, he may just be a horse to you, but to us, that's Bob. Bob's a survivor. Bob made it through this water. Shit in that water was hitting him, hitting his legs, hitting his chest, and he found the highest piece of land because the water swirls, and he found a piece of land or high water, and he stood on it. And so I walked back over to my friends. I said, hey, before y'all load that up, can we go get Bob? I said, because they're going to shoot him. They said, how deep is the water? I said, I don't know. I can't swim. But if y'all go, I'll go with you. But Bob has a reputation. And they're like, we heard that horse is mean. I said, I will go with you if you bring Bob out. They said, if you grab him, you know, we'll walk you up there, but you've got to grab his holder. That's my little hand right there grabbing his holder. So we go there, and of course, Bob is scared. Bob is afraid. We end up getting him out there, and why I'm grabbing his holder, what I didn't realize when I stepped down, there was a squirrel at the barn, and the barn, it dug a tunnel under the foundation, and we had tied each other off. Had we not been tied off, I'd been sucked under the foundation. And Bob had fought that current all night. But this was Bob coming out. We got Bob out. And as soon as we got him on the ground, he bucked and kicked and went over and ate grass. Well, the director said there's no way in hell we're ever putting this horse in a bad situation. He's survived an asshole owner, and he survived Hurricane Matthew. So they said, Victoria, if you want him, you can have him. Would have loved to have Bob, but I knew I couldn't give Bob what he needed. So one of our friends at the shelter that was a horse person, she took him. And we made this the media showed up, and he's being loaded up. They made this really big cardboard sign that said, have a good life, water horse Bob, and the media got him on the back going in there. But he is now a therapy horse for children.
Oh.
Yeah. So Bob had a happy ending. But if you look at that picture, the fear and just how could you shoot that? I mean, it's just he was as much part of us as. So we call him Water Horse Bob. Bob had a happy ending.
Look at that, Roger. Roger didn't think that was happening. Roger, there's your happily ever after.
What? Bob thought it was going. Roger thought he was going to die.
Yeah, Roger's been cringing for the last 20 minutes about the Bob story. That's why I kept going. Please don't let Bob die.
I prolonged it just for you, buddy. This was the
Bob the water horse.
This firefighter here made it so worthwhile getting on that. He was. But there was a kitten under here. This was a part of our jobs. We got lots of kittens. Yep, Bob the water horse. Part of what we did. I can sleep now. I think, but there's nothing there with her. She's biting her own tail. And like,
I'm
she's
just
like, where
thinking
did that come from? I'm like, you're doing it to yourself.
That's
that's
funny.
probably
Okay.
the same exact. That's probably the same exact sound that Jr. hears when he rolls over and lays his hand on Misty in the middle of the night.
That comes from there. Tell it, Misty.
I
Uh,
guarantee you that's not what he hears.
I bet it ain't better.
What's up with the cat? That's Swamp Kitty. Swamp Kitty stayed overnight in a haunted house. That's, you have to go on my page. This falcon. It was a falcon.
Oh, that's what was under
Guy,
the Witchins was getting out of the car. I accidentally
yeah,
hit that with my
guy
finger
was going
laughing at
down the
Greg.
interstate. The falcon hit the grill. 60 miles they drove to the airport. I got the call coming. It actually survived. It survived.
Wow.
That was part of my job too. I mean, there were so many good parts to that. But you know, the thing after working law enforcement and you see what people do to each other when you go into animal protection, you see what they do for animals. It got so much that, you know, animals are the thing that makes us smile and we love them. Then when you see what people do to them, and that's Ella. Ella was my explosive detection dog. The story with Ella is that's Jacko. Jacko got his leg shot off. He got the retired make puppies. But there's a picture in here with Ella standing at, yeah. So Ella,
It won't
when I was
pop. I'm
hired with
sorry.
the,
It will not pause on it.
yeah, when I was hired with the sheriff's office, they used to call me Ellie Mae because I was so country. And Ella was a feisty little female dog. Her first handler she sent to the hospital. Second handler she bit in the face. So they said, well, this is a $6,500 bomb dog. She's cross trained in patrol. They said, who's stupid enough to take this dog? And they're like, that girl from Robinson County likes animals. So they called me in one day, and they called me in off the street, and I'm thinking, what the hell did I do? Did I flip someone off? I'm trying to think in my mind what I did, you know. And the whole time I'm like, God, they're going, what did I do? What did I do? And I couldn't think of anything wrong I'd done that day. But they called me in. They said, we hear you like animals. I said, oh, I love them. They're like, well, meet your new partner. And I look, and there's this scrawny little German Shepherd in the corner, and her name's Ella. Of course, I call her Ella Mae. And her name was Ella von Schwarzen Pegasus, which means Ella born under the dark horse. So she's a bomb dog, and she's cross-trained in patrol. And she was a bit rebellious. Every time I would train with her, when I would go to do like a jump with her, she would turn around and bite me. When I do like the call outs to go to release her in a building, we used to say, I don't know if I can remember, but we would have to hold the dog and we would say, this is Cumberland County Sheriff's Office K9 unit, suspects, come out the building with your hands in the air, train K9 to be sent in to seek you out and apprehend. I repeat, it's K9 unit, come out with your hands in the air, or we will send a dog in to seek and apprehend. As soon as I would say, this is Cumberland, she would start tight writing up my arm. I mean, constantly I had bruises. So one day we were out, we would have to train a minimum of 8 hours a week with her. One day I was out there with her, and she jumped a hurdle, and she turned around and she just took a chunk out of me. Before I realized what I did, I grabbed the back of her neck and I just took a chunk out of her. And she squealed, and I squealed, and they happened to have a guy from the Fayetteville Observer that was out there taking pictures that day, and he looked at my supervisor. He said, did she just bite her dog? And he said, yes, she did. And we became inseparable. She was the best trail dog I ever had in my life. We had a Scotland County detective that was shot, and they shot him, took his gun, and took his patrol car from him. Well, they come into Cumberland County, and they stopped at the Cumberland County line. Well, they called us out And so I went to do a trail. Well, when I got there, DOC was there and they had their bloodhounds there. And they said, "Hey, girl, we got bloodhounds. We don't need your dog." And I says, "Okay, well, I'll stay here till my supervisor relieves us." Well, they get their bloodhounds out. They take off across this field. And I'm watching the dogs, and I'm like, I don't think they're on a scent. But I didn't say anything because I'm just there with a stupid German Shepherd that can't track, because we all know bloodhounds are the greatest. And I love a bloodhound. I had a bloodhound. Well, the bloodhounds just ended up giving up the scent. So they come to me. They said, "Well, go ahead and get your dog out." I said, "Well, look, she's a bomb dog. If they ditch the gun, she'll find it. At least we'll do that." So I take her to the car, and I send her off the car. She goes the opposite direction that the bloodhounds did, and they start laughing at her. And that pisses me off because I trust my dog. And we start going down the side of the road, and lo and behold, we find the detective's gun buried under some grass. And I'm like, "Right here, boys, right here." So I took her off the gun. We did a 4-hour trail, and we went straight up to the house of the people that shot the deputy. And
Wow.
they quit talking crap about my dog that day. And I took that personally because my dog was a good dog. I'm going to tell you
Yes.
something else she did. Do you have a picture of her standing there with the gun or sitting beside the gun? There's a story behind that.
Let me see.
Oh,
I
you're
think
right.
it's I think it was in the other one. I wasn't sure what was what when you sent it to me to put it together.
That's
So
fun.
let me see.
It's the swamp keys. It's the other video. And I kind of get emotional when I start talking about my dog because she's gone
Maybe
now.
this one.
Wow.
And I think I've been talking and I hadn't shut up. It's not that one. It's not.
That one right
That one.
there.
Yes. Okay. So this photo, that's Ella. This photo, we get called out to, back then it was Blue Tick Drive. And somebody had been in the crowd shooting, and I just happened to be the area, so I roll up to help the deputies. And I get her out for nothing else to crowd control. Well, I'm out there with a deputy, and he's now a major. And she starts pulling me through the crowd. And I looked at my buddy. I said, "She's trying to tell us something. Let's go see what she's doing." And either she picked up on one or two things. She picked up on the gunpowder off the guy, or she picked up on his adrenaline. But whatever it was, I said, we need to follow this and see what she's taking us. Well, she takes us through the crowd, and the closer we're getting to this guy, I can read my dog. I can read my dog. She's going straight at this guy, and I said, him. He's got the gun. He takes off running in the back of this mobile home park. When he does, me and my deputy, that's now the major, his name was Morgan. We take off. We go in the full blown track. We're running it. We hit these woods, and the woods are really dense, and we can hear this guy, but we can't see him. And we're breaking ground, and then he break ground in front of us, and she's pulling, and she's trying to get through the brush, and we can hear him, can't see him, we know we're close, and all of a sudden everything got quiet. About that time, Ella went down in a down position. She weren't moving. Morgan looks at me, and he says, "We need to go forward." I said, "No, we don't." I said, "I'm not going past my dog." I said, "She's fixed on something. She's just communicating to me the way she communicates to me." And he said, "Okay, well, you trust your dog, will stay there." I was like, it felt like forever. She was just frozen, just so fixated on in front of us. After a while, it seemed like forever, we heard this guy get up, break the brush, and run. After about 30 seconds, she gets up, breaks the brush, clears where he's at, and when she clears where he was at, we broke through the brush. He had that gun propped up waiting for us to clear the brush, and she wouldn't let us go.
Wow.
She saved two of us that night.
Well, I know what that is. That's a SKS right there.
Yes, sir.
She,
And what I figured out later with Ella is Ella had been working her whole career with a fused spine. And so that's why she was biting on the jumps and stuff. So when they found out about this, they said, well, you're going to have to put her down. And I said, I'm not putting my dog down. And they said, well, surplus property, we're not going to do her medical. You know, and I was like, I ain't giving up on my partner like that. And so when I found out that my supervisor was going to really push to have her put down because they didn't want to pay her medical. This dog saved two of us. This dog found so many lost people. This dog, the first trail I ever took her on, she took us. They used her trail that night to solve a homicide. Okay.
wow.
That's what I told them. They tricked the guy and took her canine report, told the guy, well, somebody's seen you because this is what you did. And all I did was relay to them what my dog did. I said, he took a break here, he took cover here, then he went here, he's running here, and there's a scent pool here. And the guy really thought somebody seen him, and he confessed to it. And he found out later it was a canine report, but he, told on himself, spilled the beans, he's in prison. But I said, you're not going to kill my dog. And I was a bit of a rebel, and I was a little feisty back then. So I went over their heads and I contacted the media. And I went and found another vet that said, I went to the city's vet, and they said, your dog can be saved, but it's going to be $6,500. Well, this is back in, you know, early 2000s. I was like, holy shit. I was living off ramen noodles back then. I'm like, so I said, fine, I'm not going to ask for charity. So I contacted media. I said, if you have anything you want to donate for a huge yard sale, let's do it. And this story went everywhere. I still have the newspaper clippings. And I got all these items for a yard sale, and there was like $4,300 donated from her. She got her surgery.
Wow.
Nurse office backed off and let me buy her for $1, and I had her for another 6 years. And
yeah.
when I got my wreck and I was in my coma, she didn't understand why I worked there, and she started going downhill. But when I got her back and I was able to take care of my animals again, I got another good 2 years with her. And to think that dog that kept us from being slaughtered that night, that they would just, I had a problem with that. So I got kind of put on the shit list because I made the sheriff's office look bad. But you know what? I didn't give a shit. That was my partner. And you can say a lot of things about me, but if I love you, I'm loyal to you. And I walk through hell for you. And I love my little girl right there. I love that dog.
Well, your pets
Anyway,
become family, and especially something like that. That ain't just your family, that's your partner and somebody that saved your life, whether it's a dog or whatever. I mean, that just like you said, that's family.
I love that dog. Still do. I have her ashes, and yeah. All right. That was when we were doing that was my first marijuana patch. Puff, puff, pass.
I love your glasses. That's what they were talking about that earlier when it went through, and I said, "Yeah, I told her the same thing." They look
I
so
was
cute.
like maybe 130 pounds there, soaking wet. Yeah. So let me tell you a story of the goat and the. This has to do. As I'll tell you a story of that activity right there. See that? That's the sheriff's office. About an hour after this picture was taken, they were training rookies, and this right when they went to SUVs, they flipped that one. I just sat there and like they just damn flipped that. But you'd have to go through the combs and do your J turns, and I was like, yes. By the time I got it out my mouth, they flipped. I laughed. So I mean, they didn't get hurt, but like you're like, damn. Okay, so this little Minnie and this little goat. Okay, don't know where they come from. Don't know if they were together before Hurricane Matthew, but they survived in the wilderness, in the woods for months. They were found after the hurricane, and somebody was out hunting, and they're like, I just seen a mini pony and a goat, and that's weird. So we believe that they escaped wherever they were at when the flood waters come through. They never left each other's side. They survived out in the middle of nowhere for months before we found them. So we were like, they are not getting adopted out. They went to a rescue where they would be able to spend their life together, but they were extremely bonded. So there's a happy story for you, damn it.
That's that Roger Dunn said that you wasn't gonna let him cry tonight.
Oh, let's see. So that's pretty much some of the stories. So that little fat Jenny Craig key, I just loved it. I just loved all over on the cats. I mean, I loved them, loved them, loved them. That's my true hair color, by the way.
There's Bob. His name is Bob.
Yeah, I thought I sent you the sign they made for them, but I tell you what, the people that are in my not my page, but in my group, I'll post some of those pictures where you can see Bob leaving in the camera and all of that stuff. That was off the Cape Fear River. This is a really hot area. There's like a triangle area in Cumberland County, Harnett County, Sampson County. The activity here is just off the chain. We're constantly getting people that, you know, and I'm telling you, if you talk to people, if you just ask people, they're like, well, yeah, but look at that. That didn't fall like that.
Yeah,
That didn't
that's
fall like that. But this is where John Fuquay had his encounter on the same river. So yeah, that's just a
that's a good one.
crazy day.
There's the poem
This is
that
the
you
poem I wrote for Ella, and it was about police work dogs. And I used to write a lot of poetry. You can't tell by my punctuation, my grammar, but I used to write a lot. I actually wrote a children's story that won a prize at one time. That was pretty cool.
Would you share some of these pictures and your poem or whatever, if you wanted to, on the page? The ones that, I mean, that way if people wanted to be able to.
Yeah, if they want to see them, just comment on the page and I'll put them there. No big deal. If they don't comment in the area. But see, this article right here is where Ella got her surgery. So Ella was a sweetheart, and Ella was a good dog. She was the best trail dog. She could run a split trail. And I could read her so well, I would say that they have split up here. And the deputy would say, well, which suspect do you want to go after? And I would let her decide. So we would go run a trail and apprehend this suspect, cuff them, put them down. Then I would bring her back to the point I knew they split up. She'd go run a trail and get them. And I mean, she had the best nose on her. And I could take her to a grade school. And even with her in pain, the kids would pull on her ears. And she was just so goofy and happy. And, you know, the only person she ever bit were people in uniforms. Let me tell you Ella's story. We had this deputy, and she was one of those prissy females that should never be in law enforcement. And she used to go by my car and she would taunt Ella. And she would taunt. I'm going to say her name. I don't give a shit. I'd say, Farmer, don't pick on my dog. I said, don't pick on my dog. She's just a damn dog. I mean, this girl was just, right when you meet her, you just wanted to. So she was very prissy. One night we were on patrol. I usually get off at 3. She was way over here on Eastover working. Had no business on that side of the county by herself because you didn't have any backup. About 10 minutes before I go to get off, I heard them give her an intoxicated combative subject. And I'm sitting in my car and I'm like, I really would like to see her get her butt kicked, but I really need to go. Okay, I'll go help. So I go help her. That's bad to say, right? But she was one of those deputies. You could have everything chill on the call, and she would show up on the call, and all the hard work you just put in the comments on one day was gone, right? Just you seen her coming, you would go. So I says, okay. So I know she's closer to the guy. I'm coming across the county. Somehow I get there before her. I get out and I'm talking to the guy. And I'm like, you got to go home. He's like, well, I'm not going home. I was like, no, you got to go home. And Ella, I told Ella, when I first got her, she had this really bad habit. She'd deploy out the car. And back then, they used to jump out the windows, right? And now they got the door locks where you can open them, jump out. Well, every time I would stop a vehicle, I looked down and my dog had jumped out the car and she'd be right there, beside me in the middle of the road. So I taught her over time not to come out the car unless I was on my back or off my feet. So that way I could leave the bonding cage open and still do my vehicle stop. So I'm out with this guy, and I'm like, no, you got to go. How about if I take you home? Well, he's not comprehending that. So we start fighting. What he did, he's drunk. He punches me in the face. I'm like, okay, that's one time. Whatever. You're drunk. Punches me again.
Keep talking to Greg. I'm sorry.
So he punches me. I said, look, the third time it's going to be on. He punched me the third time, and it was on. We were on the hood of the car. As soon as I went on the ground, Myra had showed up, okay? This little hussy had showed up. And she gets out with her little prissy self. She's not helping me. Me and this guy's on the ground. As soon as I hit the ground, Ella comes out the car, out the side window, jumps over me and the suspect and tears Myra up. And she tears Myra up. And I said, nay, Ella, kennel. And so Ella's like, da, 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 da. She jumps over me and the suspect, jumps back in the car, puts herself back in the kennel. Well, the suspect's like, well, that's funny. So he decided he didn't, I give up. That was worth it, right? Because apparently he didn't like Farmer either. And so I ended up taking the suspect to jail. And I stopped and I got him a cheeseburger. And I got Ella a cheeseburger because she hit that mean-ass deputy. And I thought it was funny.
Vicky, did you, I've noticed, I've never worked a dog like that, but, a lot of my buddies was canine officers. And the thing that was always funny to me was you got a lot of these criminals, they're more scared of a dog than they are an officer holding a gun on them. I don't know if it's they kind of question that you're really going to shoot them. They're thinking, well, you don't, this cop don't want to shoot me, but when that dog's there, they're like, they're fixing to turn that dog loose on me, and I'm gonna get bit. And they are, petrified of a dog.
You want to get bit by a German Shepherd, not a Malinois. We call Malinois alligators.
Yeah. Yeah, but they are.
We train them to bite and hold.
Yeah.
But the more you fight the dog, the more the dog's gonna, come down on you. But Ella was good, but she only bit people in uniform. But when she bit that deputy, when Ella come out that car, she was going to protect Mama, but she looked up and seen Farmer and said, "Now's the time," and she tore her up. And the deputy had the nerve to go internal affairs. So I went to internal affairs. They're like, "Okay, Victoria, what happened?" I said, "She used to pick on my dog, and I told her not to pick on my dog. She got her ass chewed up." And he said, "Well, I think she deserved it." And he's laughed. I laughed. I left. In the discussion.
Wow.
So, yeah. So I had Angel that was, well, we know Jacko had a short
Okay, Vicky, I can't post it up there, but Hillary wanted to know, he said, can I send this poem to my niece in Missouri? She works for the rescue and law enforcement dogs. You remind me of her. She's a Spitfire too. So
yes, I seen it, and you will get it. I can put it in my group. I don't know if Hillary's in my group. It don't matter. Your group, my group. I don't care. Whoever you need,
yeah,
just tell me.
you look, you post whatever you want to in the Woodwalker group.
Yeah. So that's kind of. I did have a Dutch Shepherd named Angel that was about 40 pounds, and she would hit you like she was a 90-pound dog. Now, Angel, I love. No, nobody's going to take Ella's place, and I love Jacko too. But I ended up, Jacko went to another handler because I had to concentrate on Ella's health. And the worst thing you can do with a police dog when they retire is not be active with them because they will slowly die. And the
Yeah.
way I transitioned Ella to retirement is like a couple months before I knew she was going to retire, when I would go to work with Aller purposely. And when she couldn't go to work with me, I would hang her collar on the doorknob. And when she could go to work with me, I'd put her collar on. So I kind of transitioned her. But when I got Jacko, Jacko was a house dog from Budapest, Hungary, and he was so lazy when we got him. His idea, I trained him from a green dog. His idea of an alert wasn't to scratch and dig and bark. He would stare at it till his eyes was crossed. But if I could call it, he would pass the Napa water. Well, Ella's care got to be too much, and she was going downhill. So I gave Jacko up to a new trainer. He was on a search warrant, and Jacko got shot. Well, they were able to save him, so he spent the rest of his career the rest of his retirement making puppies. So, and then I had Angel, and after that I was on a federal task force, and then I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't care what you say. If somebody tells me they did anything federal, I don't drink that Jim Jones Kool-Aid. I questioned. Okay. I was there. Just because you throw federal, I was federal district. I seen what you do behind the scenes. I was there. That don't mean nothing to me. So anyway, moving on.
Well, let me ask you this: when you had your wreck? I know you was in pursuit. Do you want to talk about that and tell people about the car wreck that you had?
If they want to hear about it, just tell them to put a thumbs up or one. If they, we'll go right into it. I don't know how many I've actually lost because I'm kind of ranting on here.
We still got
Oh, Lord, no.
here.
My phone's showing 94.
It may be.
So
You talk about anything you want to.
I don't.
The reason I've done seen people wondering why I wasn't saying nothing. I'm sitting here intrigued. I'm just opening it up.
I know I hated to leave, but I had to run in the house. I was about to explode.
So one of the reasons why, and people, okay, so people are going to think this is negative, but It's not negative, and it goes to, we were talking earlier about how people will try to paint a picture of you and a perception of you, and they'll take something you say. And so when I meet someone in the field, in the Bigfoot world, and the first thing out of their mouth, they say, well, I was in law enforcement, or did something federally, that you don't have creds with me, because I don't have creds because of my past. Your character and who you are, I mean, is where your credit's at. And I'm really skeptical of it when that's the first thing people say, because I've known cops, and I know them in the Bigfoot world, and sometimes when their credit's earned, it's not the uniform you wear, it's not the title you have. Respect is earned for your character and your honesty. The training is just a bonus. Does that sound negative, or did I
No,
say that
I
wrong?
get what you're
Yeah.
saying completely.
Um, and so I'm not being negative. So everybody thinks when
Yeah.
I say I'm being negative, I'm not. You're whatever. You can push a mop and clean the bathrooms at McDonald's, and you can do 10 years in the service here, and in the Bigfoot community, you're both here with me,
Yeah.
and you both, you know, I don't know how I'm saying it, but when I first started, I wanted to be a cop my whole life. So when I got into it, I fought to get in law enforcement. You know, I was half-breed trailer park trash, and I worked in our county. Step back 20 years in time, that would be our county. That they didn't think at the time, they didn't think women deserved to be in law enforcement. If we were there, we were there for a reason other than working. And I didn't know none of this going on. My first reality of how our county was, my first 5 years, not the last 12 years, my first 5 years. Exactly, Hillary. My first taste of what I was getting into was my training officer tried to kiss me. So I took my 5D cell flashlight and I gave him a goose egg with it. And it went downhill from me, because then I started seeing our dispatcher stole from our Special Olympics fund, and she was a Christian and went to church every Sunday,
Oh,
and never wore makeup. Or the first homicide I ever worked on, the detective's the one that killed him. We had one arrested for taking bribes. I was just so consumed by this reality. And then if you didn't sell yourself, I remember going on a search warrant one time, and I remember one of the officers looked at me and they said, if you see money, you either turn and walk away, or you don't see anything, or you just mind your own business. And I said, oh shit, you know. And the corruption. So if you didn't go along with it, and I don't care if anyone believes me or not, every one of their stories, Google Operation Tarnish Badge. Some of those people I worked with before they went to the sheriff's office, and some of that led over to the police department work. Just Google it, okay? So I started having some serious anger problems. So you're dealing with, this little town had 3 homicides in one weekend. I mean, first domestic I went on, the stepdad and the stepson were the same age. They chopped each other up with an axe. I mean, just I seen a guy shot close up with the SKS. I mean, literally you have this, and you're constantly seeing this, constantly. Then on top of that, the people in town had animosity toward the cops because the cops were dirty. They were dirty. I remember they come into PD one time and they were kicking the door in, going to come in and kick their ass. I was like, I'm so glad I didn't work that. I mean, we were every car you ever every car you stop, you're either fighting them, chasing them on foot, or chasing them in your car. There was just no, it was constantly, I got pinned down with gunfire one night. And I swear, if it had been any other cop there, they probably shot them, but they were just toying with me. The only cover I had, my chief wouldn't give me a vest because he said, you got breasts, you don't need a vest. That was his thing. Same chief that would show up middle of the night, drunk off his ass. I mean, just, his name was Levi. That all I had for cover was a little curb that like you walk down, a little curb, and it was the county that got me out of there, not my own people. But look up Patrick. I don't want to say his last name. Look up the deputy that kidnapped the guy and drove him to Virginia in his cop car. This is what I started. So I had some anger issues, okay? Because you grow up your whole life, you want to make a difference. You have this perception in your mind about cops are the good guys, and you go into this and you have nobody. I mean, all I had in life at that point was me. My dad was at the beach. You have nobody. So I had some anger problems. And I mean, I can remember almost getting beat to death on a call one night. I mean, the guy outweighed me by 100. I'm not going to go in how that ended, but that should never have happened. Never. I had I had anger issues. I was I was angry at the world. This wasn't what I signed up for. I didn't have nowhere to go if I left there. I was trying to get hired, but this police department had such a bad image, nobody would hire me because they thought I was like them. What the reality was, I was nothing like them, so I didn't get back up. I just, life was hell. And all of this is documented. Just go Google it. All you people Google it. And this is really personal to me, so I apologize if I sound like I'm ranting. But when you hold something in for so long, I just now, the first time I ever talked about this was on Mark and Rebecca's show. So I got to a point in my life, I was like, you know what? The hell with them. They know what they did. The hell with them. The hell with them. Why can't I tell my story, right? So when I was able to leave that department, something really bad happened. And I felt like I was either going to get friendly fire or this person's family was going to get. They actually shot at me when I was on my forest fire. I applied for the sheriff's office in a bigger city. And the guy that did my background was very thorough. And I remember he went to the sheriff's office, into the sheriff, and he says, hire this girl. She needs a break. Give her a break. Hire her. They hired me, and I never let them down. Stayed there. Best place in the world I went to. Well, they ended up putting me on that federal task force where I was assigned to the ATF, but I was still a deputy. But they would swear you in as a U.S. Marshal. So they were doing my background to get me sworn in as a U.S. Marshal, so I would have federal jurisdiction on this federal task force. I did not like what I saw. From the very first, they used that task. They weren't going after the right people. They weren't going after the right. It makes sense now after the 4 years that how things have come to surface, and I'm not trying to get political, but there's just a lot of people that were targeted that didn't deserve it. I don't care what your politics are, it happened. It was going on. Then it was like a foundation was starting. Then I'm like, how can you take someone that was defending their family? They were a prior drug dealer. They went to prison, done their time, cleaned their act up, working every day, trying to be a good citizen. Drug dealers move in across the street. They're zooming up and down this dirt road. He goes out with a shotgun, and they put him in federal prison. Someone that had cleaned their life, but left the drug dealers. They were calling people that they were making people a part of a group that I knew they weren't a part of. And then I started telling people I grew up with. I'm like, ain't no way he's in this. And you know these people. And I'm like, I can't do this. I can't do this. I know this person. He is nothing like this. I mean, his best friend is totally different color than him. He'd go to war with this guy. And you're saying he's on? No. I left. I didn't like it. And that's why. So if you tell me something, you're going to have to prove your character to me, because I saw too much in law enforcement. Then I saw it on the federal side. So I had some anger issues. So I left. I got put on the shit list again. And I said, fine. So I left and I went to Philadelphia. I took my 3 German Shepherds and my 10 cats and lived right in the middle of Philadelphia. And I went there, got my real estate license. I was living off my 401k in the middle of Philadelphia with these big ass German Shepherds and my crazy cats. And Hope County Sheriff's Office called me. They said, hey, we need a female come down and work with us that we don't have to babysit. We just need some good females. We're trying to get a crew dated. I said, tell you what, I'll have my stuff packed and I'll be back in North Carolina tomorrow. Packed my stuff, left Philly, and started the sheriff's office there. And I still had those. You see bad in people, then you see bad in cops, and there are so many good cops out there, but I just couldn't make sense. Because I wanted to be an ATF agent. Oh, then you go in there and you're like, these are not the, why this person? This person cleaned their life up, but you're gonna, because they had a hunt rifle. Okay, I get it. But how about the guy that was on probation across the street, and that task force was designed that we found one bullet, one firearm, or one shell casing to take that problem child to federal court and get them out of the neighborhood. It was designed for when the state courts weren't doing their job to make the neighborhood safer. Greg, I was like, I always want to be, having a bomb dog and learning about explosives and booby traps and stuff like that. I was like, when I got on there, I'm like, I'm just going to go get this U.S. Marshal, go ahead and get them swarmed down. I'm going to just slide in and I'm just going to go ahead and be an agent, be done. No, I couldn't get back to that sheriff's office fast enough.
Yeah.
So I left, went to Philly. Hope County called me. I said, all right, I'll be there. Swore me in. About a year I made sergeant. Had a great team. Still dealing. I remember at night I was dealing with so much. There was this big church, and when I went to see my corporal that passed away, he passed away last week. I went by that church and I just started remembering things. You know how sometimes you just don't want to remember. When I worked night shift, I used to go park in that church parking lot, and I would pray to God. And I remember like the temple or the steeple of the church was so high up. There's such a beautiful, well-maintained church. It was so high up, and I would just sit there in my patrol car at night, and I'd just look out the window, and I would just say, God, why can't I feel you? What's broken me? Why can't I feel you? And I said, well, something is broken in me because I can't feel this connection with God. Maybe I am a bad person. Maybe I am. I don't know. But I just could not feel that connection. And I would find myself in that church parking lot every time I was on night shift trying to feel a connection with God. Because I grew up in a Christian family. I believe in God. I believe He died for my sins, but I couldn't feel it. And so I said, well, something's wrong with me. I don't know. But I always knew I had a good heart. And I always knew I was good to people. And I try to do right and wrong. Or, always try to do right even when it was easy to do wrong. And I just couldn't understand why I couldn't feel God. So one night I was working night shift. And there's a verse in the Bible that says, be careful of who you entertain. It could be angels unaware. And I always leave this out the story. This was very significant because I think it's connected. And I think everything's mostly connected. And I remember I was like in the middle of nowhere. There's this little country store. And this little store is like a little country store. Like you could walk around it in a minute if you're checking it. And it was really cold, like really cold. And I had one of those flight jackets on. You remember they're black on the outside and orange on the inside. They're the warmest jackets and they're really lightweight. And I had one of them. I bought it for myself and I was wearing it. And I come around the store and I see this older black male. And he was standing outside the store. And I'm looking at him and he looked like he was special needs or maybe he had Down syndrome. And I pulled up. I says, aren't you cold? Because he had no coat on and he was just sitting there. It's almost like he walked out of time because he was wearing like coveralls and a short cut off. I mean, it's like he just come out the fields or something, right? And I'm like, you've got to be cold. He says, no, ma'am, I'm fine. I'm like, do you have somewhere to go? It's cold. You're gonna freeze tonight. He says, I'm fine. I says, no, you're cold. And he was like twice my size. And he was just had working muscles. And I'm like, there is no way. So I get out the car and I take my coat off, which should have been too small for him. And I give it, I said, wear this. And he puts it on, it fits him perfect. Weird, right? And I says, when the last time that you ate? He says, well, I don't know. I said, well, are you going to eat when your ride comes? He says, well, I don't know. So I said, I tell you what. I said, you wait right here. I'm going to go get you some food. I was broke, didn't have like a dime in my pocket. So I go to the jail. And it was like 10 miles up the road. I said, hey, this guy out there, I don't know a story, but can you pack me a lunch? Give them. Well, they made the bag lunches, give them some oranges and peanut butter sandwich and some of those fruit drinks and stuff. And I had like 2 bags and I drove 10 miles back out there and I gave them to them. And I said, well, you eat this. I got to go check the store. Not because I think he broke into anything, but that was my job. And I was going to check the store and I was going to wait for him and let him get my car in the heat till his ride got there. So you got to think this is a small country store, right? In the middle of nowhere, no street lights, no nothing. I go around the store with my spotlights, come back, gone. He's gone. There's no brake lights. If a car had pulled up there, I would have seen the headlights. I mean, there was no way he could have got to the woods. It was just literally that fast. I was like, and I'm looking, I'm like, well, at least he had a coat, and I love that coat. So, like, that was like in the winter, and I was like, that was crazy. But that's like the second time that happened to me, right? The first time something happened to me, and I kind of felt it was angelic. that's something similar to that happened, but they just stay with me. I always wondered about them. So months passed. I get a call, and it's a hot call, and I'm like, I gotta go get there before my guys do to assess the situation, because I was like, we're gonna cuff and stuff. Last time we were on this street, we were like 4 of us just back to back. We just had a crowd on us, and it was crazy. So I was trying to get there before my guys did. My adrenaline was going, and first rule of thumb in law enforcement is to never drive up on a hot call, especially one where you drove up in the crap before. Don't go in with your seatbelt on. That don't mean down the road pop it off going 90 miles an hour, blue lights and siren, middle of the day. My adrenaline was going. The last time I got there, I said I'm gonna come out this car swinging, and so I popped my seatbelt off, and straight narrow roads coming up on 2 cars, and I thought they were going to yield to me. They didn't. I went to go left. Tires hit the gravel. Car shot over to the right side of the road, and it flipped, had to tail 5 times. I got sucked out the window.
Golly.
For those that said I didn't have a near-death experience, I sent both of you my paperwork. So,
I read it. I read the whole report.
I remember I briefly woke up, and I was in a field, and there was a silhouette. And I kind of don't know if this is where I need to stop, because I know everybody's getting tired, and we can do a part 2. That's kind of up to you guys if you want to come back and do a part 2, because I think people.
We'll be glad to do a part 2 at any time. But if you want to keep telling this, you finish this out.
You're kind of looking tired, so I don't want to,
I told you, this is yours for as long as you want to talk or whatever you want to tell. This is your time. We'll do a part 2, part 3, part 10. I don't care.
Well, I'll just make it fast, because I can tell people are getting tired. And PJ, I love you. Good night. I remember I was on my back, and I looked up, and I seen a silhouette. The sun was directly behind the silhouette. So I saw his silhouette. I just seen the sun rays, and he was praying over me. And I said, I remember laying there thinking, and I'm saying he's got to be Pentecostal, because I have 5 Pentecostal preachers, and I was like, that's the preaching I haven't heard since I was a little girl, And then I went, ouch. So what I didn't realize, he had seen the wreck, and he seen me getting sucked out the car. He actually found me, because they couldn't find me. He found me and was praying over me. What I didn't know is my leg was over my head, and I broke 32 bones.
Good night.
The next thing I remember is looking over the shoulders of the medic and my corporal that just passed away last week, Chris, and Detective Swab. He also passed away with COVID. The 2 medics were there. I remember looking over them, and I was thinking, damn, that's gotta hurt, And it was me. And then all of a sudden I started feeling pain. So that's when I had my near-death experience.
Wow.
When it occurred to me that was me they were working on, is when I started feeling it. It's like I went back. But
wow.
I looked over them, and I just, it's what it's like. It was like going to an accident, and you're doing an assessment of your victims. It's like I walked over there doing assessment, and it was me. I was like, oh,
wow.
Okay, that's gotta hurt. Next thing I remember, so that's when I had my near-death experience. So they ended up getting me the Cape Fear, and this is the part my sister loves to tell. And I'll try to tell it, because most of what I'm getting is what I got from my family. They took me from Hope County to Cumberland County. And I had worked Cumberland County best time of my career. It's where I worked my dogs. It's where I did everything. And so when they were coming, they were giving the ambulance an escort. When they were coming from Cumberland County or Hope County into Cumberland County, FPD and Cumberland County Sheriff's Office like, wait a minute, this barge. They knew me as barge. Like, wait a minute, this barge they're bringing in. So everybody started escorting the ambulance there. I didn't know this is what I was told. And when my sister, they called my family, they said, okay, Victoria's gotten in a wreck. We don't think she's going to make it. You need to get down here. Now, my dad was in Ocean Isle Beach, and a deputy knocked on his door, and they said, Mr. Herring, it's your daughter, Victoria Herring. Is she a deputy with us? County Sheriff's Office. He said, yeah. He says, your daughter's been in a wreck. We don't think she's going to make it, or they don't think she's going to make it. My dad was in bad condition. He had congested heart failure. He had gout. He had diabetes. He was diabetic. And they said, why don't we drive you there? Because what they were going to do, they were just going to county hop my dad to the hospital. Like, this sheriff's office take him to the county line. This sheriff's office take him. And he was at the beach, and we were like at Fort Bragg. Okay. And my daddy said, nope, that's my girl. I'll drive myself. And he did. He had this old beat up little Toyota truck, and he went down there. And when he got down there, they had already sedated me and incubated me, and life flight was coming in for me. So we got there in enough time to see me roll out the life flight. And as my sister says, she said when they walked out to take me into life flight, the chopper lands in front of the hospital. I pass it every day and I look over there. And when they were pushing me out, she said, FPD, Cumberland County Sheriff's Office, SHP, Hope County, those officers had lined up and just watched them wheel me out to the thing. And she said some of them were crying. She said, but she looked down the road and they were parked beside the road and they all had their blue lights on. Because, at that point they thought I was going to die. And they were telling me goodbye is what they were doing. Yeah. And she said, as far as she could see, she saw the, she goes, and I never realized the love that they had, the officers have for each other. She goes, and they loved you. I never seen that. I wish I could have, but I've heard it from a sister and I heard it from other people. And it took me down to Duke. Every time they would move me, I'd quit breathing, and I ended up going into kidney failure. And they tried to tell my family to take me off of life support. And my dad said, well, you don't know my daughter. You're not taking my daughter off. So I tell people, if you got organ donor on your card and they tell your family to take you off, don't do it. Don't give your family member a chance, because this just happened to a friend of mine. They tried to get her son to take off of life support. She's like, no.
Because they can't take your organs while you're alive.
I told her, I said,
or when you're dead, you have to be alive.
I told her at work, I said, girl, give them a chance. Don't listen to them. And she says, I'll give them a few weeks. And you know what? He's at home now. So it's just.
That's awesome.
Anyway.
Wow.
This is where it gets interesting. It weren't my near-death experience where I actually looked down at. This is where the battle with me and God comes, okay? I told you I had anger issues. I told you I used to bark in front of that church and say, why can't I feel you? Why can't I feel? I know you're there. Why can't I feel you? And I really believe this is where the man in front of the store come in. Looking back, I think that he was God's, right? In my mind, when they had to induce me, because every time I would move, I'd quit breathing. So they had to strap me down and induce me. And I remember the ventilator just pounding my head in, because I'd smoked for so many years, it just pounded my head in. My daddy every day. Let me tell you about my daddy. My daddy would drive from Ocean Isle Beach to Duke Medical Center every day, and that's like several hours. Didn't always know how he got $800 a month from his disability. He always found out how to get his daughter and Duke. He'd sit there, he'd spend some time with me, then he'd go home, he'd feed his cat and he'd feed his dog. He would rest. He was trying to get things in order. During this time, Hope County Sheriff's Office, their honor guard, started planning my funeral because they still didn't think I was going to make it. And they were, kind of talking to my dad, see how he wanted to do things. And my dad would say, no, my daughter's coming home. And so every day he goes back and forth. And keep in mind, I wasn't even his blood child, but he gave me his name and he loved me, right? One day he was in there, and the nurse went up to him and she said, Mr. Heron, she said, we have given your daughter enough drugs to knock an elephant out for a month. Go home and get some rest. This was like after 4 months of going back and forth. And he thought about it and went home to get some rest. Well, I woke up while he was going. He went there every day to be there when I woke up. And one day he told me to go home. But what happened behind the scenes is the interesting part. I was so in love with my job. I never had kids. I was married to my job. It was all I ever had in my life. It was just who I was. I fought to get in it, and I fought to stay in it. And I was a little rough around the edges, but damn it, I had a good heart, and I was insanely good at what I did. That's not me patting myself and saying, building up my ego. That is me. Some of us are lucky in life to actually do what we were born to do. And I was one of those people that I was lucky enough to find that. I could not be a mechanic. I could not be a doctor. I could not be a secretary. But I was good at going in on a hot scene and calming people down and being there for them. And the human, I was good at that. And my job was it wasn't a job, it was a marriage. I walked away from 2 marriages. I never had kids. I lived, I slept, I was just, that was what I was good. It was the only thing in my life I was good. And I'm dyslexic, I have a GED, but I had accomplished so much in my life and I was good at that. So I go through this whole time in the coma, and everything that they did to me, I would relate it to my job. When they were putting boots on me to keep me from getting blood clots, in my mind, they were dressing me up for mounted patrol. That's how much I love my job. So everything they did, I related to my job. When my lungs were filling with fluid, or they were resuscitating me, I was doing a swift water rescue, and I was flipped the boat and was drowning. So everything that was going on was happening. So every day I would get up, and I would go to, like, you would get up, Greg, and you would go be a dad. Misty would get up, you'd go be a mom or wife. Or what I had was, thanks, Pat. What I had was my job. So in my mind, that was the greatest love I had. The problem is I put that before everything, including my family. And so every day I was in that coma, I got up and I would go to work. There was one part I always forget to tell. And my sequences get maybe wrong sometimes because I don't exactly, I remember bits and pieces and it kind of flows a little bit. I remember I had this cat named Scarlett. I had her for 23 years. This cat watched me grow up. Got her when I was 14. I was a arson detective when she passed away. And she was there, and I remember I was in the ditch, and I was trying to get out of the ditch, and like the big drain hole, like the, what do you call them, the culverts?
Yeah, that
What,
go
what,
under the roads or whatever.
yeah, and I remember I was like, I need to go in that culvert, and I could see the sunlight on the other side of it. I was like, I need to go in that culvert and get in the light. And every time I get up, Scarlet, this cat that had been passed away for years, she would trip me and I'd fall, and I couldn't ever get into that, like, I guess the tunnel to get to the light. She kept tripping me. And I was like, she still don't like me. You know? So that, for whatever reason, is like she didn't want me to go. And or she wouldn't let me go to the light. And I'm glad she didn't now. So one in my mind, I remember right before I come out the coma, and this is sometimes I can tell the story and it flows and it makes sense, and sometimes it don't. And I'm sorry, but
You're doing great.
You're doing awesome.
there was one point where I was in this basement, and that same special response team that I used to work with that helped us get Bob, I used to go on search warrants with them because I had the canine. I used to drive their van, or you name it. We worked together all the time. And so in my mind, I was in this basement. We were on a search warrant, and the basement was really damp and cold. And do you remember what I said earlier about hell having a low frequency, so it would be cold and damp? I didn't know that then. Okay, I did not know that then. So it makes sense now. I was literally in what hell would be to me, cold and damp, low frequency. So I'm in this basement. It's cold as damp. I can hear special response team walking around the foundation of this house, and they're saying, "Where's Barch? Where's Barch? Where's Barch?" You go in with 10, you go out with 10. And they're calling me, and I'm trying to answer them, but I can't because I'm frozen with fear. Because in this basement, there's snakes falling on me from the rafters. It's like I could feel the weight of them, the heaviness of them. Bump, bump, bump. What am I mostly scared of? Snakes. And I couldn't move. And I wanted to call out and say, I'm here, I'm here. But those snakes just kept bump, 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 bump. And I was just paralyzed.
Mm.
And in this basement, you know, in the old houses, they would have the basement door on the floor, and you would open it. Kitchen light was coming. Well, somebody opened the basement door, and this beautiful gold light come down from the door, and it shone down, and I could see these steps. And I was like, I got to get to those steps and get away from these snakes. The snakes are steady. I'm just, oh God, I just do. And I'm like, I'm scared. From behind me, this voice was it was like a father would tell a child. It was very loving, very authoritative. It said, have faith and believe, and you shall not be harmed. Very, I mean, just very firm, very loving.
I got cold chills.
Well, I knew it was God, and I'll get to that in a minute. But the snakes kept hitting me, and I kept feeling the weight of them on my shoulder. And I said, I knew if I got to that light, I would live. I knew if I went to the kitchen in that light up those stairs, I'd be away from this. But I couldn't move. Then I heard it again. This time it was very authoritative. And it said, have faith and believe, and you will not be harmed. At that time, I stood up and I started walking up the stairs into the light. And that's when I come out of my coma. I woke up.
Wow.
So what I believe, when I wrecked my patrol car, I knew I was going to die. And when I let go of the steering wheel, I said, I give it to you, God. I don't know if I said it or I followed it, but at that moment, I had that faith of a mustard. Yeah, that's my car. At that moment, I had the faith of a mustard seed. And he delivered me out of that. And being in that basement, I think God looked back on my life, and I think God said, you know, really, you've done a lot of crappy stuff in your life. You know, none of us are perfect, but when I screw something up or I fail at something, I feel bad. It's just sometimes you're good, sometimes you're bad. We're all human. We all do things that are shameful and we regret. But I always had a good heart. And I think at that moment when he told me have faith and believe, I think at that moment when I heard that voice that said have faith and believe, I think had I stayed there, I would have died and went to hell. And I think when I got up and went to the light, I was having a faith and I was putting that trust in God, and he gave me my life back because I had that faith. And, you know, people tell me all the time, they say, well, you must be really special because you've got, you know, something special to do in life because you're still here. But it's just the opposite, you know. I'm not special. And this is how I look at it. You know, God he's the greatest fisherman ever. He throws the little fish back in the pond of life to grow. And that's what he did. He threw me back in the pond of life. This is the only way I can explain it. He threw me back in the pond of life. And he says, grow, and next time I will keep you. Still got some growth. So I wasn't special enough to stay with him.
Wow.
It was through that I'm grateful, but it really just kind of threw me back because then I lost my career, I lost my identity, and I've seen officers die. You go from his funeral, you see innocent people on the street, you see kids die, and I went through the stage where I said, I don't know how to say it. It would have been better served on someone else.
Well, let me throw my 2 cents in that. You know, I got a miracle right here, you know, outside in the yard when I broke my leg, and I heard the Lord spoke to me as I was laying on the ground, and what the voice I heard was just like what you said, like a stern, deep, fatherly voice. And the words I heard was, "Do not worry any longer. You will be okay." And it washed over me right then that okay, I didn't care. I didn't care what the ambulance driver told me. I didn't care what anybody said. I knew I was going to be okay. Now the Lord didn't tell me jump up and walk. You're fine. He told me to not worry any longer, and I took him at that word. But what I'd like you to dwell on, Vicky, is the Lord takes people like me and you that wasn't the person that busted the church wide open every Sunday. We knew we was doing stuff wrong, but we were still a good heart, and we looked for the good in people, and we tried to share with people and take care of people. And the way I've tried to make it right with the Lord on stuff is telling people about what he done for me. A sinner just like everybody else. I wasn't anything extra special. But I really do feel like the Lord put me. He showed himself to me a way that most people will never get, and I hope that by me telling people what happened to me, that's bringing people to the Lord, and I think that's probably for my thoughts like with you, because it's obvious what a strong lady you are, and I think that you're really, believe it or not. I mean, most people that are ain't gonna believe it, that you're gonna be a role model and you're gonna empower people and you're gonna make them. You're lifting people up, whether you believe that or you need to own it. There's a lot of people going to listen to your testimony, and it's going to move a lot of people. And what you're doing is you're testifying to these people about how the Lord revealed Himself to you. And that is massively powerful, massively. And I think that's the Lord knows what He's doing. We don't, but when you're showing people that's in a darker place than where they need to be. You're showing them the bravery that you've got. You're showing them the overall willpower to survive. And there'll be people out there that's in a really bad place, and then people's gonna listen to your story and go, man, she pulled through on that. The Lord revealed Himself to her. I mean, and by you testifying and telling people what you've seen of the other side, those words speak volumes. I mean, volumes, and that's Misty will tell you. We talk about it all the time how we feel like we were brought together, like it wasn't just accident. And we do this crazy show that we do, but it's not about the cryptids for me, and it's not for Misty and Spencer, and it's about the people. I mean, that's why we do it, is to reach out and look at the people that's in our chat. This and y'all, the greatest people, some of the greatest people I've ever met are in this chat right now, and everybody is so kind. I mean, it's amazing, and I mean, I feel like that I was put here to be in this show, and I think you're put right where you need to be, and I think your show and coming on shows like ours, I'm telling you, lady, that it's all for a reason, every bit of it.
When I look back that winter and I think about the man at the store, I wonder if I treated him differently, if my outcome would have been different.
Well, I don't know. I mean, there again, the things that we look at are horrible sometimes wind up changing our life for a certain reason. And I've realized, like me looking back on my leg being broke, yeah, that was one of the most horrible things that ever happened to me. But I also look at it, the Lord used that to reveal Himself to me. If I hadn't never had that horrible deal with my leg, because I nearly lost my leg, and if that hadn't happened to me, I don't know if the Lord would have revealed Himself to me. But I just, the way I take it day by day, even when something bad happens, I just drop back and I have to think about it, whether I'm mad or upset. And a lot of times I'll just say, Lord, I don't know where this road's going, but I'm trusting in you that it's like I'm on the interstate, and it's like it's just a big sign blinking, turn here. Well, I've got to turn, and I don't know where He's carrying me, but I just have to trust that He's putting this on me or sending me down this path for a reason. I may not never know what the reason was, but I just every day I'm like, Lord, I'm wherever you send me, that's where I'm going.
I looking back now, it took a while for it to hit me, because I always thought the gentleman at the store was just a strange encounter. Sometimes I wonder if he was an angel.
May have been, may have been.
And so, if I had treated him bad and maybe not maybe giving that coat away saved my life. I don't know, but those are the things that I think of sometimes at night. I don't dwell on it anymore, but the first time I really shared my story was with Mark and Rebecca, and I got a lot off of my chest then. And everybody, if you notice on my show, I focus more on the person than the Bigfoot experience, because everybody has a story. What I realized is we all are walking, talking, and have stories, and the story of the person is so important. And there's two things I don't like. I don't like bad cops, and I don't like Bigfoot bullies. So sometimes where I sound harsh, don't know what's going on behind the scenes, I'm trying to do something right behind the scenes. So I do carry that over, but I do feel like a sense of I still get confused. I still have trust issues, but my heart's still good. And I feel like God is I still try to feel God. And that's bad to say, but especially these last few months of my life, I've sat on by the river a lot and try to feel God. And it's a work in progress. And I'm going to keep trying to walk with God and feel God. But the worst, God help me for saying this, when I come out and I started recovering, I was so fired up to share my story, but it was the Christians that discouraged me. Oh no, that didn't happen. No, yeah. And that's why people are turning away from Christ, because Christians could be so. And I'm Christian. Okay, I'm Christian. We're so judgmental. I remember going to church, and when a drunk would come in, the church would turn around and snub their nose. But isn't that who the churches are made for? And
Yep.
so when Christians are telling you, well, that couldn't have happened, we're the one that's killing the faith in God. And we need to up our game and start loving thy neighbor and stop being so judgmental. And I'm sorry if that offended anyone. But it was literally the people in the church is why I didn't.
Vicky, I want to share something else with you too. Look, I know I look like a big old redneck thug, but you know, I get cracked up.
Cat.
I get cracked up because there's a lot of people that go to church and stuff. I mean, they see me with a big beard. I've got tattoos up both arms, all the way down, sleeved out. And I do. I get people that don't know me, you know, total strangers. A lot of them, I know they got to look at me and think, man, this dude's sketchy. But what's so awesome for me, like this ink on my arms, that my right arm from the top to the bottom is everything's religious. Everything. I got Bible verses. You know, it's all everything's religious on this arm, and every piece of it's got a special meaning for me. And it's opened doors with people that may have not ever been in a church. Or if they have, it's been years and years and they're on the rough road. But I've been in stores. I've been just out pumping gas. And, you know, men and women both that I'm talking about that look like they live rough. I mean, like bad rough. And they'll walk up and say, hey, man, who did your ink? And I'll go to tell them about it. And then they'll say, man, what is this? What is that? And I'll say, well, this is a Knights Crusader. And, you know, he's just come out of the valley of shadow of death, and there's winged sworded angels coming for backup. You know, and this here's Bible verse, you know, Psalms. And it's like I can go talk to them, and it opens a door for me to tell them about the miracle that the Lord gave me. And it's amazing that I see these people's eyes light up. And it's like I'm thinking that I'm not a preacher by no means, but I know the Lord's real. I know 100% the Lord's real is me sitting here. And I feel like I get to talk to some of these people, and they give me a chance to talk to them and tell them about the Lord, what the Lord did for me. Where if I was a suit and tie, clean shaved, no ink, these people would just like, you know, shy away. And that's kind of where I'm at with it. And it makes my heart swell sometimes because I get to talk to people that would be horribly uncomfortable talking with the prime print molded Christian. And that's what, and I'm like you. I mean, I see it a lot where people, well, if you don't worship like I do, you're going to hell. And then this bunch is going, well, if you don't worship exactly what we do, you're going to hell. And my thought on that was, yeah, I grew up Baptist, and I didn't go to church hardly ever. But a big old goofy redneck like me breaks my leg, and right here the Lord spoke to me.
And you got hit by lightning.
And look, I've been hit by lightning twice. I mean, that's why I've got a big lightning tattoo down the back of my arm right there. But you know, look, I wasn't in church every day, and the Lord still picked me out and gave me these miracles. So, and I'm still here. So, you know, I wasn't the little textbook Christian that was in church and singing hymns, because look, everybody leave church if I was in there singing anyway. But you know, but that's what I've tried to talk to people and say, look, it's not so much the way you look out here, it's the way you look in here, right here. Right here's where it counts. And, it's like what you was talking about, all the stuff that like you've been through and I've been through. Just open my Bible up and read about Job. Just read about it don't matter how down you are and how down and out and what trials you're going through. Thumb that Bible open and read about Job. Just read what that man done. Read about the test that he went through. And then read about how he never lost his faith. His faith never wavered. Took everything. Took all of his livestock, thousands of camels, goats, sheep, whatever. It tells you exactly what the man had. It got wiped out all at one lick. Not only that, but the people that worked for him, all of his herders, they got killed. They would be like one come from over here and tell them, Job, all your livestock's gone. It's gone. The herders got killed, whatever. And then they come to him. Another one runs up. The only one left out of that bunch. Job, this is what happened. We lost all that. Well, then they come to him and say, hey, look, your family was over here at this gathering and the house collapsed on them. It killed everybody. You don't have nobody. Well, then in Job was stricken with leprosy and all his sickness. I mean, the devil was putting everything he could pour on top of Job because the devil told the Lord, said, I can sway anybody. I can sway it. The Lord told him, said, no, you won't sway Job. Nope, you can't. Nope. Job's there. He's going to be with me. Oh, I can sway him. You just turn me loose and let me throw whatever I want to at Job. He'll curse your name. Lord said, not Job. The devil threw everything he could at Job. Threw it all. He lost his family. He lost his wealth. He lost it all. Lost his health. Lost it all. People would curse Job to stay away from him because they felt like he had done something horrible and he was being punished. They didn't want no part of it. They wasn't going to help him. Job's faith never wavered. Job didn't say, Lord, why are you doing this to me? Job's question was, Lord, how did I offend thee? Job, what did I do to you? Job was so convinced that he had done something to offend the Lord. Job just kept praying and praying and praying. And then the Lord finally said, that's enough. Devil, you're done. And Job got brought back out of the ashes and was greatly rewarded. He got everything back and then some. Whole new family. Job he prospered. But the Lord let Job go through that to prove a point. And he rewarded him greatly. So, when, like me, if I get down and out, something bad's going on, I get thinking about Job. I get thinking about that. So, and guys, like I said, I'm a long way from a preacher. I'm a long way from knowing everything about Job. I mean, I'll read it and it's like, whoa, wow. But there's some of us, Vicky, we go through those trials. I'm a firm believer in that.
I think, what people think I hate cops and they think I hate faith. No, that's not true. 12 years I worked with the greatest people ever. Okay. My faith, I don't care. I'm not one, even if you're not a Christ person or you have a different faith, I don't judge you. It's not my thing. It's my job to love you. It's what my God says, love you. So I want to treat you the same. But I always go back. I heard something the other day, and I'm trying to get the lady on the show. It's about frequencies. And in cop language, we have that 3-foot rule. That's my intimate space. Well, what she was saying, we have a 5-foot circle around us, and our energy. Mm-hmm. Which during the lockdowns, they made you go 6 foot. When you think about it, if you connect people at that 5 foot, they made you stay 6 foot. the world lost the connection. But she was talking about the energy you have and that around you. And when people look at me and they say, well, you've been through a lot, you actually no, I'm 53 years old. That I just condensed it all in, a 3-hour show. It sounds like a lot. It's a lot of downtime there. So I think that made my energy so bad that sometimes I just attracted it, because you've got to change your energy. But I did want to ask you, Misty, we've been talking about spiritual or positive life changing events. Give us something that changed your life in a positive and lifted you up, that without, getting to what you're comfortable with. But give us something. And if you share that, what I'll do is when I get down there to a meet and greet, we'll all get matching tattoos.
Well, look here. I know kind of what you're getting at, and I'm just going to tell you, I'm not as brave as you are. I'm not comfortable with really talking about that.
You've helped people,
I may get to that point, but I'm gonna get tore up just trying to talk about it. There's a lot to that I can't go into to everybody.
But you share kindness to people, and so that was something of that. But there was something in your life that doesn't have to be about that. That's had a positive impact. Being a mother, maybe a wife, taking care of animals, being a shoulder for people. There's something out there where you have shared so much light, and it's been such. Give us a good story, Misty.
I'm like you though, Vicky. I don't feel like, I've told you before, like I meet all these people and they've done just like you. I mean, look at all the stuff that you've done. Look at the stuff that Greg's done. I've never had this extravagant job, or you know what I'm saying? Like but I just don't feel
where the idiots go to. Greg, I tell you what, Greg, tell me something positive about her.
I mean, seriously.
Okay. Look, I'm gonna take a minute now. She ain't gonna brag on herself, so I'm going to. Y'all, little over 3 years since I met Misty. When I first met her, it was like I had known her my entire life. I'm talking about like it was like we had grown up together. Like y'all, the first time I looked at her, it was within a week. I was like, I found a sister. And y'all, she is one of the most wonderful people I've ever known. She has got the biggest heart. She worries about everybody. She cares about everybody. She's got the dangest personality any human I've ever seen. And I told her about a week ago. I told her, I said, if I could give you one gift, if I could pick out anything, I said, I wish you could see yourself through the eyes that we see you through.
What a beautiful
because
thing you would say.
She is one of the most beautiful people I've ever been around. And I love her with all my heart, just like the blood in my arm is the blood that's in her arm. I have never in my life met anybody like her. And I do, y'all. I love her with all my heart. And it's just like a sister that I always wanted that I never had. And that's the reason too that I think the Lord pulled us together. And y'all, I mean, I can talk to her about anything. It doesn't matter what it is. And y'all, what y'all see with her that's her. I mean, this is her. And it's absolutely like with Spencer. I mean, look, Spencer's one of the greatest dudes I've ever been around. I mean, Spencer, I know how Spencer is. But look, I'm telling y'all, Spencer cares about everybody, and he has got the biggest heart. And that's the reason, y'all. like this group right here. Look, this is one of the best things that's ever been in my life. Everything I've ever done. Don't get me wrong, my kids, my wife, but y'all, the people that I've met in chat is unreal, and that's what I'm saying. There's something more to this. Me and Misty's talked about. It's like we have known each other our whole lives. Her whole family is just like family to us. And I mean, how in the world do you get this? It wasn't by accident. There's no way. So I just, like I said, I try to brag on Misty every day. I try to put a smile on her face multiple times. And like Roger, I mean, Lord Roger come in our tight knit group, and Roger will tell y'all too. It's just like he was brought here, and I had a rough time, like dealing with my leg stuff. I mean, it was just uplifting, and y'all, I would have never thought in a million years I would have been part of a podcast. Never. Misty will tell you the same thing about herself, but here we are. I mean, and y'all, look, we may not be the best, but we're trying to be real with people, and that's what we want. We care about the people. We want to talk to these folks, and I mean, it just is. But like I said, y'all see how wonderful she is. You see how y'all look. They know how wonderful you are. You just won't listen.
So to sum it up, Misty, if you could see yourself, it would be beautiful. And you are very beautiful.
I love you guys. And that's what I keep trying to. That's why I wanted you to come on here, because I wanted people to see you how I see you when I talk to you. And I want you to see yourself how I see you, and how Pat and Greg and others see you.
Yep.
You're just like I am. Neither one of us, we're so hard-headed. It's like we don't want to listen to anything. And we've went through so much that we just want to put ourselves down. And we should.
But Misty, you give that love back to everybody in those chats, and everybody, people can't fake kindness.
Nope.
And people can fake words, but they can't fake emotions. And you give a lot, you carry a lot on your shoulder. And Pat does, Northern Blue Eyes, she does too. God knows how many times she's listened to me vent about stuff, but she's still my friend. She's still but you can't fake being a beautiful person, Misty, because you can have all the looks in the world, but if you're nasty, you're ugly, and you're a very beautiful person, and you deserve that recognition. And you don't give yourself enough credit. And I hear your friends all the time, especially Greg. You kind of beat yourself up, or you feel like you fall short. Misty, honey, you far from fall short. And if love and purity and realness had a face, there you would be. And I don't just say that to sugarcoat it and to be sappy and blah blah, but it's the truth. If love, purity, and beauty it's you, Misty. You don't give yourself credit.
Yep.
I love you.
Not to mention the two beautiful girls she's got. I mean,
and goats and chickens and
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I didn't mean to make you cry.
I know. All right.
So, Misty, you are well loved, and it has truly been an honor to be with you and Greg here tonight. I was really nervous and wouldn't shut up. And
hey, no, look,
you done great, and I'm telling you, you don't know how much we appreciate you coming on, because I know how hard this was for you, and that's like me. I want to tell everything, but it's like it's going to be a show in itself just to sit and
tell
it all.
But hey,
a Bigfoot channel is not just about Bigfoot or cryptids.
Right.
It's about the people, and you both
Yep.
get that. You both get that. So I'm a better person for knowing you. And I'm gonna tell you something else. The people in chat and the family that I've gotten from this, they really make me a better person. Because I have battles in my head sometimes, and I mean, even David jumped out and he did a show. I mean, just jumped in and did a show. I just didn't have it in me. And I don't even know if I'll have a show this month. I don't even know. You know, I may or may not. I don't know. But you get over that bump, you start putting shows out. But I know I'm gonna go live this year. This summer I'm gonna go live. I'm a kayak. I'm gonna spend time with my animals. I'm gonna try not to get Swamp Kitty killed by leaving her out. I still don't know what got after her. But she's still like
What you need to
She's
do?
probably loving life while she was out.
What you need to do is you and Misty a cohort, and y'all come down here and stay at the man cave.
we can do that. We were thinking about Tennessee, and my aunt has a place in Georgia that sleeps 10, but we can go to Tennessee. I want to sign that. I want to sign
Hey,
this.
right, look, hey, right here, North Alabama, North Alabama.
Can Swamp Kitty have her name on it too?
Yeah, we'll put her paw in some ink.
There is no way in this world I'm taking that cat on a road trip with me and expect to keep my face. Okay. So in closing, is there, if you guys could say anything, and I'm not the podcast host, but if you guys could say anything to the people in the chat and people in your the brown shoes of the Bigfoot, you say anything to your peoples out there, what would you say? Misty, you go first. Just on my podcast.
I'm like, Greg, this is nothing that, I ever thought I would be doing. When Spencer told me the first time I met him, we're going to do a podcast together, I said, you're so full of shit. I said, you are not getting me to do a podcast. I couldn't even sit down with Mark and Larry while we were at LBL live and talk to them. I kept trying to get up. Larry kept grabbing me, trying to make me sit down. And I'm like, I can't do it. And they're like, just talk. And I'm like, I can't. And I never thought I'd be doing this, but I tell you what,
You're natural.
The best people ever. It has changed my life. I mean, it really has.
You got a lot to give. All right, Greg. I'm sorry.
Look, just on the top, the advice I would give people is surround yourself with good people.
Right.
That's the best advice that anybody could ever have. Find caring people, honest people, and good people. That's where your clan's gonna be. If you want a good life, surround yourself with good people, and that makes life so much better. That adds the joy in life. And I'll just be honest with you. I'm like Misty. I would have never thought in a million years I would have been on a podcast. But at this point in my life, I can't imagine not having all these people in my life anymore. I mean, I can't imagine it. I don't even want to think about it. It's just overwhelmingly good people that's in this group. It's amazing. I mean, it's amazing. And anybody that came to our meet and greets, they'll tell you, everybody, it's like a giant family reunion, except you get along with them better than you do family. I mean, it's unbelievable. But yeah, I noticed Hillary's wanting to invite to the man cave if y'all come, so y'all probably have to make room for Hillary.
Oh my God. I'm bringing a straight jacket for Hillary. Oh my God.
I wanted to plan a girls' trip for April so bad. And I swear it got up just out of nowhere. There was so much going on this year, it seemed like. And then with what happened, with Donna's daughter passing away, and I know you just had lost your friend, and then, Greg and M's coming in. And so April didn't work, and it's going to be so hot, it seems like, to try to plan it to give all the girls enough time to make it in a few months, that I'm going to have to try to get something planned for the end of the year because we've got to do a girls' trip.
If Hillary's invited, please make sure she takes her meds because she. I laugh so hard at her sometimes. She can come in to chat on my show, and I just lose it because I'm like, oh, here we go.
Hey, look, I got a buddy that works at the vet clinic. We'll get a trank dart.
Don't give her any ketamine.
I'll get her some horse paste and bring it. We'll slip it in her damn drink.
I think she's kind of getting into that. We kind of better back off a little bit. But I'll say this to you guys, and this, the people that I've met through you guys have really changed me for the best. And it was Patricia, Blue Eyed Northern, that opened the door so I could meet you. And I got to say, Pat has remained a friend through thick and thin. And she has been a blessing. Joe, not so much. He's a pain in the ass, but Blue, I love her.
We have to tolerate Joe though because we love Pat.
Yeah. Look, Pat, I don't know how much longer she's got to be with Joe to like get a silver star or purple heart or what, but yeah, she's hanging in there.
Jeez, I don't know how she does. She must have a lot of alcohol in her house. But I've enjoyed the show. You guys rock. Misty, remember, you're a very beautiful person. And
thank you.
There's different forms of angels in the world. You're one of them. Remember that.
Oh,
Fred,
yeah.
You're awesome too, buddy.
Well, hey, not no more awesome than you are. I'm telling you. We're so proud you come on. And look, if you can't find guests, let me Misty know. We'll come on your podcast one night or one day.
I appreciate that. I can find guests. I just had to back off for a while.
Yeah.
I got to work on that inner circle. So I may throw out some shows this month. I may not. But you know what? Either way, I'm going to live and enjoy my life. And I appreciate you letting me be so blunt because it gave me the opportunity for people to see this, the way I view and why I view things the way I do, because I'm not this terrible person. But I don't like bullies and I don't like bad cops. But I love people and I love animals and I love you guys.
Oh, we love you too. Ain't no doubt.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. So when are you guys to close the show? Because I would just keep on and I'll be like a blue
Hey, that ain't nothing but a southern goodbyes. All that is. We're used to that. That's the way we do.
Well, thank you guys for hanging out with us, and we really appreciate it. And Vicki, thank you so much. I mean, I know that was hard, and I know you got personal with a lot of stuff, and you don't know how much it means that you would come on and tell everybody the things that's happened to you, because I know that's hard.
Yeah, 100%.
I appreciate it. I can't remember who wanted the poem. Was it Hillary?
No.
Yeah, post it on the page, or I can. I think I've still got the.
It may have been Hillary.
Pictures.
It may have been Hillary. I can't remember.
Okay, don't tell nobody I have a soft side. So a lot of people don't know I write poetry, but I love you guys and thank you. It was an honor.
Thank you guys so much. Y'all have a wonderful night, morning, whatever. It's wonderful morning.
Big love, everybody. Maybe we'll see y'all Sunday.
Bye, y'all.
It's 4 a.m.
Yeah. I didn't hear the roosters crowing.
Oh, hey, look, I'm gonna say I can't figure better people to stay up all night with.
That's right. All right, guys. We love you. And thank you so much, y'all. Have a good night.